is our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for, looking for, looking for, looking for. Hey!
And welcome everybody. Another fine, fantastic Saturday. Hope everybody's doing well. Glad to be here. I know we may be running just a little bit of time behind schedule here. Trying to get everything set up here. Like I said, hope everybody's doing well. I know fall is definitely setting in here around here. Getting a little bit chillier. And that's to be expected, I guess, for that time of year. So, kind of nice to be inside and just being all nice and cozy and all that. So, alright, so just getting some things together. Alright, we need to get some music. Been entertaining this free royalty. It's royalty-free music by Techno Axe. Worked out pretty well last time, so for the most part, we're going to stick with it. So, get a little ambient music going on here. Kind of set the mood. So, here we go. Alright, so I got the track loaded. I didn't, I have to strongly admit, I have not done much, I guess, since the last stream, as far as to get majority of the things finished. So we're going to continue work that we did last week with finishing up the pit stall locations there. I'll turn it down just a tad. There we go. Let's go ahead and bring this over. Okay, so yeah, we still have our pit stall jig into place here. And we had primarily focused on these pit stalls here right around this opening here. So we sorted that all out, and that's all good to go. In fact, I still have the okay, that's our track edit folder. We gotta go in. Here we go. So yeah, I've already got those marked in here. Those are completed, and the way I did that, to know which one it is, I still got the stall 0, which is the player stall when you spawn in testing mode. It's still on that that last stall. I left the space here to kind of remind me where I left off, and applied these here, the pit wall opening. So this pit wall opening represents, if you remember, this opening right here. So this right here is stall 8. Bring this back up over here so if I can give you clues what's going on here. So stall 8 would be this stall, stall 9, stall 10, stall 11, and so on. So, probably what I'll do for the start of this session here is we're going to go ahead and work on this set of stalls, starting with this one here. So, I'm dropping a few frames there, just a little burp, no big deal. Hopefully the stream should be good to go. Alright, keeping an eye on that. I've been very, very lucky, I guess, for the last few streams, I guess, as far as not to have too many problems with drop frames and stuff like that. So what we need to do is reswap, move stall 12 to stall, because that one's now complete. It's done. It's already been tested since last stream. So we're gonna flip-flop these two numbers here. So we want to put 12 on this one, and put 0 back in here if we want to test this stall. And this will be the primary layout of it now. So we're gonna have our vehicle spawn in this location now. We go into testing, and that's what we want. So and we'll have to move this stall 0 to each of these stalls, check them out once we get our coordinates based on our pit jig. So let's zoom in on this. Probably another thing to add since last stream too, I did get all the added items that James had completed as far as infield objects, to include some garages. In this, I have to reiterate here, I don't have that particular PTF, that track PTF open, as that's a separate PTF, because I have the pit jig in this one. But I'll show that off there before the end of the stream as far as what's been added. So one of the things that has been added is an infield object to take care of this gap that exists in between the track geometry and the center here. So that's been fixed, as well as a garage in this area. So I'll show that off, I guess, prior to the end of the stream. We always like to try. I always like to try to at least get one test of the track in game, just to kind of show the progress off. So yeah, we'll eventually get to that. This one here is kind of loud too. Let me check that out. What is going on here? Oops, that's not going on. My bad. Oh, I see what I did. I was trying to show that off there, kind of scrolled off into my other monitor. I was like, what the world? Okay, so it's still Techno-Axis, okay. I'm just going to turn that down just a tad. Seems a bit loud. Do let me know, I guess, if the audios are a little too low, too loud. Let me know. I would kindly adjust that appropriately. Alright, so we're going to be going back and forth in between our track INI here to adjust our coordinates here to our stall. So on this first one here, I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. Pan over to it. Alright. I had mentioned before, it is sometimes easier if you're doing this yourself, as far as like to apply a jig in this fashion, as you do these, to remove these pit stall jigs as you complete them. That way you know where you left off. The approach I've been taking to it is just putting a space after the line that I complete. So there's obviously more than one way, I guess, you could go about keeping track of which one you went on. Because as you pan around on this thing, you'll find out pretty quickly, as far as like you'll lose sight of what you, cause especially if you're zooming in and out and whatever, be like, oh crap, which, if you're leaving them in here as far as where you left off. So my workflow usually is to remove these objects as I get them applied to the track INI. But for this purpose here, I'm going to use the approach of just adding a line once I'm done with it. Whoops. After the location that I've completed. So like on this one here, I'll just put a line. That way I know that one's done. And I'll leave the jig in there. So with this one here, okay, let me see if this will work here. There we go. We should have, it looks like I need to refresh this here. Something else I'm already noticing I forgot to put up there. I'll go ahead and get that going, so you can kind of get an idea of what keystrokes that I'm using. Turn this bad boy on. Alright, close that. Slide this down over here. Lots of tools that I've got, I guess, to kind of show all the viewers, I guess, as much as possible is what's going on. So I try to. Alright, so in this, let's see, my segment information, it's not blowing up here, so why is it not? Check that out here. So sandbox. Let me see here. Is that this one? No, that's that one. Okay. Check this one. Oh, I see what it's doing. Let me fix that. Hold on a second, folks. I got this should be. There we go. I always gotta, for some reason, I always have to reset that window as far as where it gets that information from. up over in here. So hopefully that works out better. I try to blow that information up that's on the very bottom right here as much as possible, so you can kind of see it a little bit better. If I go any bigger than that, it tends to distort it and it cuts it off. So I haven't quite figured out another way, I guess, to do that. So hopefully that works out. I do have this other window. I've been playing around with some things, I guess, just trying to I did this deal here. This is from the camera view. When I am focused on the camera view, when I've got that off screen here, you can still see what's going on in the camera view. So this is off on my other monitor, but yet you can still see it. Yep, and it's actually showing my... I see what it's doing. So that may or may not work as much as I'd like it to. So it's kind of cutting in a lot of the things that are on that second monitor. So anyway, just playing around with some things, so I can keep that minimized. Cool, that's good to know. So yeah, that view there that you see to the left of the scene there, that's the camera view, which is basically a separate window, which is this deal. You can see that here. That's that window. So when I have it minimized, you can still see it on the screen there. And okay, so let's get our coordinates here. Put our mouse pointer on this, and we have 185.40 on the dlong. Wow, I don't know how this got interesting. Alright, this will be interesting to test in game. Okay, so that needs to be that. I don't know how that was working before all this testing that we've been doing on the track. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see that. 32.94. I think what I will do is once I get these stalls set, we will check these in the game itself, in the sim itself. I think that's the approach I'll take here, rather than try to get them all done and wait till the very end. That way I can at least assure I get it in the tested in the game. And I'm going to leave the rotation alone. As per before, we'll see how much it's actually off and how much needs to be rotated once we test it in the sim. So those two values are good for now. Let's slide this down to here, and we're going to go to the next stall. Check that out. There we go. I'm going to put that right at 169 even. That's already at 169. Cool. Okay, so that one, it must have been the stall that we were actually using. Oh, okay, look at that. That must have been the stall we were spawning on. So 35.95. Let's check that. Actually, that's a little bit off. We'll correct this. 35.85 on that one. Okay. Pretty close. Not too bad. Now, as probably witnessed last time, these very small changes to especially the dlat makes a big difference. So you don't want to go too extreme. So the fact that that's only 10 off on there, what that's going to do most likely is move that away. That's what we'll test. It'll move the car this direction, further away from the wall itself. Because if I put the mouse pointer here, that's at 36.09, so you can kind of see how that works. So I moved it out from where it was initially, so it's moving out this way as opposed to this way. So, and this stall here that we had initially set, and that would have been more likely by James, that was a rough guesstimate as far as that. That's a pretty close guesstimate there. I'm going to leave his rotation here. I notice he's got some rotations in here already. I'm going to leave those alone, and I'll test that out in game. to see if those are sufficient. Alright, so that's good. We'll put our space after this, so I know which one I'm done. And now we're on to this one here, stall 2, which would be the third one in. And like I said, I'm going to finish just this group of stalls here up to the opening, and we'll test that in the sim. Alright, so we're going to go to here. 152.75. Another pretty good close guesstimate. So we'll do 152.75. That's actually 6. We're going to do 6.5 on that. Kind of looked at that wrong. That sometimes happens too. Oops, I put 8.5. I need 6.5, darn it. There we go. Now, what's our dlat? We'll do 36.55. 36.55. Okay. Pretty close guess on that. We'll leave that rotation alone for now. So that one's done. For now. Now we're on this. Technically stall 4, stall 3, so you start with 0. So we need to move back to this spot. I'm going to zoom this out just a tad. So we are on 0, 1, 2, 3. That's the one we just did. Actually, no. Yeah, see, it's going to take it. So that's stall 0, or stall 3, I should say. So that's 0, 1, 2, 3. So we're on this stall. 138.65. That was a little bit off, but that's fine. That's why we're applying our jig and making the appropriate changes. 36.25. Pretty close. I could probably even have left that there, but I'm gonna go ahead and adjust what based on my findings there. So, all right, next one back. Stall 4. And this over. I'm gonna zoom on a little bit more. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is the one we need. 120.65. Pretty close. I'm gonna go ahead and adjust it though. 35.70. $120.55. All right. Yep, pretty close guesses on these so far. Okay, so that one's good. That. So now we're on stall 5. Stall 6 deep, but stalls stall 5 here, yep. So I need to pan this over a little bit more. See, and this is where it's going to become very obvious as far as if you take these jigs out as you apply them. It's a little bit easier because if I pan this over, so it becomes a little bit more harder, I guess, to determine. This is still stall 0. You can see the line right here, but as you pan over a lot more, get deeper into the pits here, it becomes a little bit tougher to determine which stall you're actually on. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we need this one. That's why it's easier just to take those out as you do them normally. But for the purposes of the stream here, I'm just following this here because I want to show. I could take them out, but I'm not. 2, 3, 4. So this one here we need. $107.42. Okay. And you can kind of deviate, I guess, from your initial number that you come in there, like like 0.02 either way. I tried to get the first initial one that I got there, depending on if I slip the mouse or whatever like that. Then I might, kind of split the hair as far as like just take the difference of it, I guess. Alright, so 107. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's this one. 33.65. And sometimes I am like just rounding that to like the nearest 5. If it's closer to the nearest 5, I'll just do that. So like if I find it's a 33.62, sometimes I might just go 5. It just depends on, if it's closer to 33.60, I'll put it there. Just from that example, I'll leave the rotation alone. All right. Let's go here. Next stall. So we got to go to stall 6, which would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 6th one, so it's this one that's slightly buried. And that's primarily because of that geometry. So that's not, as long as we can get at our the middle of our X here, that's what we want as far as our jig. We don't want to disturb the attitude or the characteristic, I guess, of the geometry. We're trying to establish the pit stall based on that geometry, so don't want to disturb that. 96.60. And this one's a little bit off. 96.60. I'll have to adjust that. 60. And what's our dlat? So I'm rechecking the dlong here in just a second. So 96. Actually, it looks like 96.80 would be better. Yeah, let's do 80 on this. Alright, and the dlat. $33.65. I think that's the same. 33.65, yep. Both the same there, okay. Leave the rotation alone until we check it in the game. And sim. So the last stall, this should be right in front of that opening. This last one should be right in front of the opening. So that's this one here. Slide this over a little bit. So that's this stall. That's why I've marked it in there, so we kind of got an idea of where we are. So that's another way, I guess, of being able to tell where you're at. And that's why I'm going to kind of do this in sections here. I'll get this one done. I'll save the INI for the track, and then we'll go and test that in the sim. See how we're doing. We'll move our stall 0 into each stall and move on from there. $86.68. That's already pretty much there. Cool. Alright, so let's get our dlat. $34.08. A little adjustment there. And we'll leave the rotation right where it's at. Cool. So we'll delete that. Now we're good up until the pit opening. So all these ahead of the pit opening here are good to go. And you can test those in the sim. This is a little bit extreme here. I might have to adjust the rotations on that. We'll have to test that and see for sure. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. And that should save to our game tracks directory. Haven't made any changes to the PTF, and I'll be able to show off a little bit as far as some of the objects, the new objects that are in there since the last session. So this should have saved, which it did. Cool. All right. And like I said, I have not made any changes to the track yet, so I don't need to make any PTF changes, saves. We're just retrieving information off the pit jig. So I'm gonna go ahead and just leave that open. And what I'm gonna do is set up the racing wheel. Leave that open. Let's go ahead and set up the racing wheel. We can test this out in the sim. Might take a second. I had to do a reboot, so it's checking all the games that are on the profile. In fact, I can go ahead and turn off. While that's doing that, let's turn this one off. I think that might necessarily be getting in the way. Now that I think of it, I have to come up with a different option for that. We'll see. For any of you that are lurking in the channel, I appreciate that very much. If you are in the channel watching the stream, you are earning yourself valuable fluids as you are in here. So that's those fluids can be gamble, and they can also, you can administer yourself your own shot of fluids as you so choose by ! Shot. If you want to risk your fluids, !Risk will allow you to do that, and you can gain or lose if you do risk them. Shots work the same way. The only difference between the risk and the shot is you don't lose anything on the shot. You either get more fluids or you don't, and the risk you can win or lose. So I want to use that cautiously. Both of those commands are on a cooldown, so they can't necessarily be spammed, so just fair warning on that. But they are there for your interactive pleasure, I guess, as far as have some more engagement into the chat. So I'm going to set this up for Enter 2003. Had it set up, I was doing a lot of Farm Sim 19 testing lately, so I of course got it set up on that. Alright, so now I'm just going to go ahead and bring the wheel over. And we'll go in the sim, check this out. One thing I didn't do, I guess I'll double check this here. I did save it with, okay, our car will spawn in that very first stall. That's what I want. So I'm going to move this stall 0 right down the line here in this first set here ahead of the opening. So we're good on that. Okay, so let me bring the wheel over in a second. Don't mind the noise. Alrighty then. Okay, got a wheel set up. I want it here, and I'm gonna go ahead and launch this and check this out. I think what I will do is turn that music off while we're in the sim here. Alright, we're going to be testing the track out with the Winston 98 mod by Splash and Go. Awesome mod. Alright, we're going to go ahead and just pause that for a second while we're in the sim here. That way we can hear everything that's going on in the sim. Hear the engines roar. So we're going to go into testing mode. And we've already got it populated to our track. We'll go ahead in here, and we should spawn into that first pit stall, and we'll be able to test this out. Oh, we can already see I need to adjust the rotation right off the bat. Right off the bat. Alright, so that negative 0.20 is probably pretty close. We were spawning initially, as far as the way James had done it anyway. I've been assisting James, I guess, with this build. It was spawning in this spot, which would have been right here, and that's what that one's set up to, the negative 20. 0.20, I should say. And that's in radians, not degrees. Just a slight reminder. So we already need to adjust that, so we'll go ahead and do that right away while we're outside. So that was quick. And you'll find yourself doing this type of thing, going in and out of the sim, I guess, to check it out. This is just the normal procedure. So let's go ahead and adjust this to, I might copy this here actually, because I think that's probably going to be pretty close. Alright, so we'll do that, and we'll go in there and test it again, and we'll adjust it accordingly once we test it this way. So we'll save it and go right back into the sim. Test her out. And one thing that's nice about the track at this stage, as far as there's not a whole heck of a lot, I'm not loading any, I'm not in a race weekend or anything like that, so there's no other cars to load or any other objects. You can kind of see in the background there, there's the, I kind of show that off too. Okay, this is still not quite, it did move, but not enough. So I probably got to increase that number. So I'll probably put it at like a 0.25 or a 0.30 to get that to rotate. While I'm in here, I can show off some of the things we got in the infield here, so you can see that garage as well as the new infield. Kind of show this off a little bit. So this is what's been added since last stream last week. I've acquired all those items from James. I've put them in here, so it's got a new infield object. Now, something that I had commented about to James here, as far as like not being able to access the infield here like this. That's been done for a very good reason, and it's what we consider in the, this realm of track editing is the black hole. The way the sandbox is designed, you know, as far as track design in there, it's not. The tracks have never been made, I guess, to be infield accessible. So it's like there is ways, I guess, to be able to trick that, if you will. You can trick the sim into allowing that type of thing to happen, but certain designs of tracks or whatever don't necessarily allow that, because it'll just kind of throw your car into oblivion, or you'll just fall into a black hole, as we call it. It'll just kind of put the term. So that's been done for very good reason, as far as to not have the infield accessible. So there are going to be a lot of things in the infield that are going to be you can look but don't touch. So okay, so as far as being interactable, probably not. So we're going to increase this number to 0.25. We might have to go higher, so we're going to go ahead and save this and go back into the sim and test it out again until we get it to where we need it to be. And just like we did last week with the first initial stalls, we were definitely getting there, but it does need to go higher. You can see how the pit crew on this side here is still not quite. It is turning. What it's doing is it's turning counterclockwise as I apply that negative number. So it's turning this way. So it's taking the center of that war wagon and turning it counterclockwise. Or clockwise in this case, I'm sorry. I got it backwards. The track itself is counterclockwise. We're turning it clockwise. So this way. Alright, so we need to go a little bit higher. I'm thinking we might even have to do like a 0.35 because they're still significantly on the wrong side of the wall here. One other thing I'm going to have to look at, I can see this guy's still clipping here, but I think if we had turned that a little bit more, we might level that out. And this is what we're trying to line up here. Get all the guys behind the pit wall and get the tires, I guess, to clear the pit wall. Okay, so let's do a little bit more adjustment here. So I'm probably gonna put it up to a 0.35. Okay, and see what that gives us here. So if we go into here, I'm gonna do, and this is pretty extreme actually, but based on the amount of adjustment we need to it, it almost calls for it. This might even need to be adjusted too. We'll see once we get to it. Alright, save that, go back into the sim and check it out. But yeah, definitely the track will load much quicker at this stage of the game because there's not a whole lot of objects or anything like that. It's just boom, there it is. That's what's kind of nice when you... Oh yeah, that's much closer. Alright, so let's see what we got. Yep, he's still clipping a little bit there, so we might have to go just a little bit higher. I'm thinking maybe probably a 0.38, and that might do it. So what I'm trying to accomplish at this point is you can see how the crew guys here are still clipping into the wall. I want them to be completely behind the wall. It's pretty good right here. Okay, so I'll do like a 0.38 at this point, so it's not too much. I could go to 0.4 just to call it good. That way I don't have to. But I'm worried about these guys clipping. If they clip, then I'm gonna have to adjust the dlat to get them to get the whole thing to move this way. So we'll check that out. Let's move it to, I think I will just go 0.40, and we will cross our fingers that we will not need to move the dlat. It's not that big of a deal. In fact, now that I think of it, I do have, let's bring that up, I do have a little bit of a cheat sheet of sorts, so let's go this way really quick. Got all, here's all my the track builds I've done over the years, so yeah, I got pretty much all of them here. So I've got a little cheat sheet here, I guess, for pistol position. Yep, this little doodad right here, this is very useful. Now what I did come to find in this particular track build, it's kind of the opposite as far as the turning. And I might have just corrected myself again. So I have been applying a negative number, which is turning it clockwise. So yeah, that would be correct. So I may have, that's why I've made this cheat sheet, to be honest, because just to kind of help remind me as far as which way is which. So yeah, we've been applying a negative number. In this case, we've gotten up to a negative 0.40. So that's turning the whole deal, I guess, clockwise in this direction. If you go with more a positive number, if it would have been like a 0.40 and not a negative 0.0, it would be going counterclockwise in this direction. So, yep, we're doing. So if we do need to move the dlat, after we test this here, I will. If I need to move it away from the walls, I'm thinking, if we need to go this direction, just checking my notes. Okay, so I'd have to lower the dlat. So I'm trying to. So as the note that I've got in here, if you lower this number as far as the dlat, it moves it further away from the wall. So as far as the dlat, if I lower the number, so I'd have to bring it down, and I'm thinking I might need to do that. I'm going to test it first. I would have to bring this 31 point. This value here, I'd have to bring it down. I don't want to bring it down a lot. I'll probably just take it down to like the nearest 0. So I might just make it like a 32.90, but we'll test it first. So we'll just go ahead and save this again just to make sure. Leave my little cheat sheet up here. And that's another little tool that I've made just to help remind myself as far as like how all these numbers affect, you know, the changes that you're making to that. Okay, so I just need to go into the sim and test that out. Moved it to 0.40. I think we're gonna be pretty close, but like I said, we might have to move that dlat, decrease that number so it's not clipping at all into the wall. Actually, that does not look too bad. Let's see here. He's only clipping just a tad right there. So the rotation's good, but I think the dlat, I will just kind of narrow that down to the 0, and I think that'll make it perfect. We'll call that good. So we'll just adjust that. I don't need to test it after that. I think that's going to be pretty good. The other thing I do need to test, yeah, let's do that right away as I think of that. Let's see how the tires are. Give them some practice here too. So on the wall, cool. Let's see how it clears the wall. Pretty good there. pretty good there. So the tires themselves aren't clipping into the wall, so that's pretty decent alignment there. Cool.
Okay, go, go, go.
Good job, guys. A little slow. We'll work on it, though. 16-second pit stop. Alright, we can check it in the replay here, too. Looking pretty good. So I did stop a little bit short, too. You can see the lines here. I did stop short, but that's anywhere within that vicinity there. The pit crews will basically go to work as far as that. So you can even I've gone so far short into where the rear tires are actually on this line, which would be the extreme edge, I guess, of the pit stall. But that's why you have that adjustment as far as the dlongs in particular. So our dlong, based on because we're adjusting the war wagon, not the car. Okay, that's probably a fair mention. So as we apply these locations in the INI for the pit stall locations, we're actually adjusting the war wagon, not the car, because obviously the car, as a player and or the AI, that's being driven by an outside third party, if you will. So it's like you can't. I've got the car considered in our little cheat sheet, our little cheat diagram, but that's just to give a visual clarification of how that's going to orient, if you will. Okay, so yeah, as we look at our picture, even though I've got the car in here and I've got everything pointed onto the, adjusting the car, you're not really adjusting the car, you're adjusting the war wagon itself as far as the pit wagon. So just a fair clarification there. All right, so now we're moving on to the next stall. We're going to move, and I'm almost thinking, I'm going to check it this way, but I'm thinking this is going to have to be pretty close to the same as this rotation. But all I'm going to do is just swap, put stall 1 here. We're going to move our spawn stall, or our stall 0, to the next one. So we'll spawn into that stall. So we'll save it. Go into the sim and check it out. Okay, so here we go. Let's check this one. See how close we are. Actually, this one doesn't look too bad so far. That looks pretty decent. Might not have to adjust that one at all. So let's give them some more practice here. So that tire clears. That tire clears. Awesome. Alright, so that one we don't need to make any adjustments to. Beautiful.
Okay, go, go,
Getting
go.
better. Shaved off a half a second there. Good job, guys. Alright, so we don't need to check that one. That was good. I can look at the replay. So you can see that tire. That tire. Good deal. I think we are good to go on that one. Cool. Alright, so moving on to the next one. And like I said, I'll just kind of do these in sections here. I'll do these first, and then we'll just kind of... all these are done, so we'll move on to stall 13 here after we're done with these set here. So we're going to move our stall 0, put 1 back here. Alright, and now we're going to put 2 up here, swapping it. And we're going to put 0 on this one, because now we want to spawn into this stall. And I'm going to leave that rotation where it's at, and we'll test it, and we'll adjust it accordingly if need be. Save that, go into it. Testing mode. Go into the track. Okay, so it does need a little bit of rotation, not much. Not much, so probably just need to bump it up like a 0.2. 0.02. Yeah. I could probably even get away with just adjusting the dlat at this point, because they're kind of even. If you look here, they're kind of even as far as how much this guy here is clipped in, and that's clipped in. I could probably just adjust the dlat down to move it closer to the wall. Yeah, what I need to do is move it this way, so closer to the wall. So I need to lower that number to move these guys away from the wall. So let's try that. Let's do that. I'm just gonna, because it looks pretty even to me, so I think the rotation's actually pretty good. So let's go ahead. We're gonna lower this down to, we'll just go down to 50, like so, and save it. Might have to come down a little bit more. Very small. You don't want to make a huge change for something like that. That's a very small change for something that presents itself as such. Okay, that wasn't enough. You can already see that already. Cool. Alright. No problem. We'll adjust it a little bit more. So maybe we might go a little bit more extreme this time because it's obviously still clipping quite a bit. Alright, so let's take it down to 40. Kind of get the idea here, so we'll check that. We'll save that. Check it in the sim. Testing mode. Okay. And I'm almost thinking I'm going the wrong way. What the heck? I think I am going the wrong way. Dang nabbit. I am going the wrong way. Okay, no problem. I'm adjusting it the wrong way. So I had it at a 50.55. Just took a mental note of that. Okay. I am going the wrong way, so I need to actually increase that number. Let me look at my little cheat sheet here. So I need to... Yep. Yeah, so again, these... See, this is where I might have confused myself a little bit. The way I've got this notated, I'm considering the car as far as how close, closer or further from the wall, not the war wagon. So I do need to increase it to move it inward, to move it this way on the dlat. So no problem, not a big deal. So I had this initially at 55, so now I'll go 65 on it, 0.65 instead. So that's 0.10 higher than it was initially. So that should move it, the car itself closer, but it'll move the pit guys further away from the wall on the back side of it. So let's go ahead and save that, and we'll go test that in the sim. There we go. Now it should be. There we go. Now I'm cooking. Yep, that's a little better. So let's test the tires. They're on the wall, cool. That looks pretty good. I'm observing the tires clearing the wall, so that's good. This is looking pretty good so far. Not bad. We're getting better as we do this here. They're getting lots of practice. Shaved off another 10th there. Alright, so let's check the replay. Yeah, this line here obviously needs to be adjusted here. I'm going to put a little note in the INI that I need to adjust this pit line. As far as the stall line, I should say. So if that is in whichever stall, I'm going to make a little notation out to this that I need to adjust the pit stall line. Yeah, I'll make a notation of that. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and write that in there. So whatever stall we are currently testing, I'm going to put a notation onto that to check that. So on this stall right here, I'm going to put a little notation here, and I'm just in the form of a colon here, so that it doesn't, it's just irrelevant as far as just a remark line. I want to mark in here, adjust entry stall line. This is going to give me somewhat of an idea. And I put entry stall lines because that would be like coming into the stall as opposed to exiting the stall. So it's going to be the one that's when you initially come into the stall as far as the, I want to, yeah. And it'll be pretty obvious to me, I guess, once I look in Sandbox, because it's pretty much presenting the same way. If I go into Sandbox, this line. Let's zoom in. So we are testing 0, 1, 2, this line right here. So it'd be this one. Is that right? Let me double check this here. And as I've mentioned before, it'll always look different in Sandbox than it does in the actual sim. That's why I always want to test it in the sim itself. So we are testing, let me double check this. Stall 0, 1, that's, yeah, 0, 1, 2. So yeah, we go 0, 1, 2. So yeah, it would be this one right here. This line is what's clipping down. So it's not presenting 100% the same way. There's still some of it that's showing in the sim. This one's completely not showing in Sandbox, but this is the, it'll become a little bit obvious. As I look at this, I know that needs to adjust. I can look in my remark here and be like, yeah, that needs to be adjusted upwards. So, and that's all an object, if you can all recall. So, alright, that one's done. Now we need to move our stall to stall 3, which will be the 4th one in. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, just checking my. Okay, so we're going to put 2 back here. That one's done. And put our stall 0 on this one. So we'll spawn into this one. And we'll go ahead and check that out. Okay, so save it. And go ahead into the sim and check that out. Cool. Yeah, so far our little cheat sheets or whatever are working to our advantage. I just, you know, it's not that big of a deal. You can kind of see if you go the wrong way, you'll be able to tell. When you go into the sim, you can actually tell as far as which, you know, if you're going in the wrong direction, and whether or not you need to adjust your cheat sheets or whatever. Alright, rotation looks good so far. May need to adjust the dlat just a tad. Yep, and again, we'll just have to increase that number so that these guys will move inward. You can see it's clipping here a little bit. It's not clipping here so much. So I could do one of two things. I could either adjust the dlat, increase that up a little bit, or I can change the rotate to a higher negative to rotate it counterclockwise this way, so that'll move these guys away. But you could potentially run the risk of these guys, if you move it too much on the rotation, these guys will clip. So that's just the nature, I guess, of it being a a curved pit road, I should say. So I think what I will do in this case, I'll go ahead and adjust the rotation by a higher negative to rotate it counterclockwise to move these guys away. We'll start from there. Alright. Cool. So we'll do that. Let's do that. Alright, let's get out of here. Okay. Now if we go into our INI, adjust the rotation. Right now it's at a positive number. So what I'll do is just decrease that. In fact, I'll probably just go, let's try 0.01. So it was already at a positive number, but you saw how it presented itself. Just because I say a negative number, by subtracting off on a positive number, that's making it more negative, if that makes sense. Okay, so we're reducing it from a 0.04 to a 0.01, and we'll check it out that way. Very small change, like I said. I could probably just take it right down to 0, more than likely. But we'll check it out. We'll save it again just to make sure. We'll go and check it out. Alright. Okay. Alright, see, and that's exactly what happened. That's what I thought would happen. So just like I said, I changed that rotation like I did. And now these guys are clipping. And those guys are probably clear. So let me back this up here. Just kind of verify that. Yep, that's exactly what happened. That's what I kind of figured would happen. That's what sometimes will happen when you adjust the rotation and not the dlat. So what I'll probably do, instead of adjusting the rotation, I'll put it back to the 0.04 and just adjust the dlat so that it's I'll have to go up on it so that it moves these guys away from the wall. Because I adjusted that rotation and it did exactly what I was thinking it would do. When it rotated it counterclockwise, it moved these guys clipping the wall now, and these guys are clear. So, okay, we're going to put the rotation back and adjust the dlat. Okay, so we're going to put this back to 0.04, and we're going to adjust our dlat up to 0.30. That'll be legit. I'm going to go check that in the sim. Save it. It's kind of quiet though. I notice when I'm going back and forth into here, I could probably put some background music on. Let me go ahead and do that. I'll just turn it down a little bit. If that's too low, do let me know. Always turn that up. It's at a pretty good level for myself, but okay. Let's go and test this out. Okay, those look good. And those look good. Cool. So let's test the whole thing. Get some practice for these guys. So that tire's clear. That tire's clear. Looking good. Come on, let's get below 15 seconds, guys. Let's do it. Oh, man.
Okay, go, go, go.
That's alright. We'll work on it. They're getting better. Okay, let's check the replay on it. See that tire. That tire was good. You can see the location of it. It's like not quite dead center into it, but it's in between the lines, so that's good. Cool. Good to go. Alright. Moving right along. Alright, now we're on stall 4 here, so we need to put this back to 3. So this needs to be 3. Oh, I know it. I see what I did do. Not a big deal. So I had 2 pit stall 2s, and that's, yeah, I just noticed that now. That's not a big deal. But yeah, I did. Okay, so 0, I'm going to put this on 4. You can see how not very critical that is. So I had 2 stall 2s. I didn't adjust this stall back, you know, as far as do a full swap. And that's fine. So I want to spawn into this stall now. Check this one out. Yep, we'll test it just like it is. We'll save it. And testing mode, it gives you a little bit more freedom, I guess, as far as definitely want to get these all set, I guess, for the AI and whatnot. Okay. Oh, we got some rotation we need to apply to this one. And that needs to go counterclockwise, so that needs to be a negative number, right? Kind of interesting, because the one ahead of it was more of a, okay. Interesting, okay. This observing, I guess, as far as how much difference there is in this one as opposed to the one we just did. So yeah, it definitely needs to be a negative number. So we'll probably put it at a 0.05. Negative, okay, so let's do that. Do it that way, and we'll see what's going on here. Okay, so on this one, yep, we'll put this at a negative 0.05. Let's try. Yeah, I think I'm ready now. We'll check it out here. So save that. I always find myself, you know, you go in and test and be like, crap, went the wrong way. And it's easier just to kind of adjust it from there. But yep, that was the wrong way. Okay, so it does need to be a positive number in this case. Yep, clockwise as opposed to counter. All right, so let's get out of here. Definitely went the wrong way on that one, so I'm going to put it at a positive, and that makes more sense based on the stall ahead of it is at a positive number. So I could probably get away with just doing a 0.04 on that one. I'm just going to leave it at that. Just take the negative off it. And we're rotating that counterclockwise. And again, I'm going to check my cheat sheet here. So counter. Yeah, negative. Positive is counterclockwise, so that would be this way. Yep. Yep, that's exactly what we're doing. Okay, just checking my notes. Right, so just go ahead and make sure we save this and we'll check that out. Having it at a positive 0.05 as opposed to a negative. Okay. Alrighty, looks like that might be a little too far. I could probably actually do it like a 0.03. Yeah. 0.03 is a little cockeyed there, so it's... Alright, let's do it at a 0.03. I think that should be pretty good. Let's do that. And we'll save this. Kind of got some spooky ambiance going on here, I guess, for Spooktober, I guess you could say. Alright, so we'll test this out. We're making some progress, at least, anyway. Okay, so... Alright, I might have went the wrong way with that. I guess I gotta go higher on it. Yep. Okay, I didn't go the wrong way. Yes, I just remember that. Counterclockwise, I gotta go positive. Alright. So I gotta go like a 0.07 is what I need to do. Okay, so 0.07 I need to go up on. Not down, but up. 0.07. Okay, we'll save that. Test it in there. Getting there. 0.09 I think might work. And I think that's all we'll need to adjust. I don't think we even need to adjust the dlat. Okay, so 0.09. Save it. Test it out. That doesn't look too bad there. It might even be able, let's go test the tires and see where we're at there. Oh man, those are clipping bad. Good lord. At least on the one there, so I could probably... Oh my goodness. Okay.
Okay, go, go, go.
I might want to go a little bit more in the rotation, actually. Yeah, that's a big difference. So it's clipping on the one end and not the other. That suggested to me I need to go higher on the rotation. So let's do that. Boy, I could probably almost go like a 1.5 on that. Let's check this out. Let's do this. Save it. Test it out this way. Okay. Yeah, judging by the orientation of the nose of the car, this might be a little better. Let's see what we got here. Nope, still clipping on that tire. That one's not quite as bad. Okay. A little more on the rotation, but I'll also move the dlat down to move it further away from the wall.
Okay, go, go, go.
Alright, so down on the dlat and a little bit more in the rotation. I'm adjusting the two. Must be a little bit of a crown there, I guess, in the wall. So we're gonna bump this up to, let's do 1.8 and decrease this down to a 6.5. 0.65. There we go. Save it. That should be pretty darn close, based on what we just observed there. Oh, it's still clipping there. Dang it. Let's see how that one is. A little bit more in the dlat. Yep. Gotta decrease a little bit. Okay, fair enough. Gotta decrease the dlat a little bit more. Just a little more. Alright, so. So 6.5. Let's do a 5.5. Yeah. We'll do 0.55. That should clear pretty good. I mean, I could probably get really... I'm rounding to the nearest 5. I could probably get real specific and just do like a 5.7 or 5.8. I'll do a 0.55. That should more than clear it. Standing on the wall. I could probably live with that. That's pretty decent right there. Pretty darn good right there. Okay.
Okay, go, go, go.
16.1. Wow, guys, you slacked off there. What's up? Yep, check to be clear. Too bad. Pretty good. Cool. Count it. Call it good. Print it. All that good stuff. Alright, so let's go. Next stall. Let's move this down. So we want to move this 4 back down to here. Moving to 5. Make this 0. And we'll also make this a 5 up here. Alright, next stall. Save it. I'm not going to adjust anything until I test it in the sim itself. I don't want to automatically assume that it needs to go that way based on the previous stall. But it's almost looking like that's what it's going to be. Alright. Okay, so that needs to go counterclockwise again, so it needs to be a positive rotation. Alright, so we'll do that. Positive rotation, so... I don't think we need to go quite that far, I don't think. So I'm going to put it at, we'll try a 0.10. And we'll save it, check it that way. Let's see what that brings us. I don't think it needs to be quite as high as I did the previous stall. I can already tell it looks like the rotation or the dlat. Oh my goodness. Yes, that's too much. Too much rotation. So these guys are way more than that, guys. So I need to... Okay. I'm going to split the difference on that and do a 0.05 rotation and adjust the dlat down to move it, actually, yeah. So the rotation, I'm going to do 0.05 on that and adjust this down. Yeah, let's adjust this down. So that was at a 6.5. Save it and go and test it out. Alright, so we're still clipping there. Clipping them relatively even. So it still needs to go down on the dlat. Okay. Closer to the wall. Alright. So they're pretty even now. the amount they're clipping. So again, let me just double check my cheat sheet here. So actually, I think I need to go higher on that, not lower. Further from the wall. No, I need to be closer to the wall. And this is, yeah, the way I got my notations on here might be, yeah, because I'm considering the car, not the wagon itself. Alright, so I actually need to go higher on that number. So I think I went the wrong way. So let's do, it was at 6.5, so I'm going to put it at a 7.0. Let's do that. Cool, we'll save it. Check it out. Still flipping here a little bit, as well as there, so I need to go a little bit higher on the dlat. Okay, let's go ahead and do that right away. Yeah, curved pits can be a royal pain in the butt. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, so let's do a 7.5 on that. That might work. I'll save that. And test it in the sim. Doesn't look too bad. Still clipping just a tad. Pretty evenly, I might add. Okay, so a little bit more. I'm trying not to go too extreme with it because I don't want it. With the way these pit stalls are, they've kind of got a curve on the pit wall, so I don't want to get too nuts with it. So I'll go 8.0, 0.80, and we'll test it again. Save it. I don't want to be too far. Yeah, curved pits can definitely be a bit of a chore, just as far as, and that's part of the reason why, in my mind, it's pretty perfect to skip these. So that one's good. That one's good. Cool. Come on, guys. Get it less than 15. Get her done. Oh, so close.
Okay, go.
Not bad. Not bad. I'll take it. Anything around a 15-second lap or under, that's pretty good. Pretty darn good. Replay. Yep, good. Fantabulous. Alright. Sounds good. Sounds very good. Alright, so moving on to the next one. Almost done with this section of stalls. Alrighty then, so we're moving to this one's going to be 5. Moving down to 6. Set this one up to 6. Alright, next stall. Save it. Do-do-do-do. Clip in there, so we gotta rotate that one clockwise. Clockwise, that one's gotta go. Let's see. These guys are. It's gotta go this way. Alright, so clockwise. So negative number on that one. And that would somewhat make sense too, because as you can see, ahead of that stall, we're more on a curve, we're more on a straight part. It's kind of straightened out now in this stall, so yeah. That's going to make sense a little bit. I guess it has to go more negative as we get out of that curve. Alright, so this needs to be a negative. Let's see. Let's do a negative 0.05. Let's try that. Save that. Test her out. Okay. Yeah, they're clipping pretty even. Yeah. So just adjust the dlat. So I am closer to the wall. And move these guys away, so I need to move the car basically closer. So I need to, yeah, decrease. In this case, I think I need to increase the dlat. I'll check my... It's always hard to remember that, I'm telling you. That's why I got that cheat sheet. So we need to move it closer to the wall. Yep, we need to increase the dlat. So 3365. So let's move this up to 75. Like so. Save it. Test that out. Yeah, so if anything on these curve pits like that, if you can get the rotation to where the crew guys are clipping evenly in the walls, that's pretty good there so far. They're clipping evenly through the wall. This is looking pretty good. So let's check out. Yeah. Pretty good. Pretty good. One thing I am noticing too, I don't know if there's any way to fix that. Oh.
Okay, go, go, go.
Not sure, but the box lines, as far as the painted lines on there, they're barely showing through here. I don't know if there's really any way I can fix that though. That's kind of interesting. I noticed that in the last stall too. Yeah, the lines that get painted on the ground, they're not showing up in there. You can see a little fragment of it there. They're not completely showing. Be it that there's really no adjustment for the War Wagon as far as on the Z-axis would be considered, as far as how high it is off the ground. I'm just thinking, I guess, at this point, I don't know if there's any way to fix that. That's a pretty good thing to note there. Okay, so we're going to be in the last stall in front of the opening. Alright. Last but not least for this section stalls. And I've taken a little bit longer, I guess, on this one just to get that fine-tuned, I guess, there. Because I know once we get to the straights here, it's going to be a lot easier, just put it that way. Because you don't have a curve, I guess, to deal with. You've already taken care of this chunk. So this will be the next one that we'll work on once we get this last stall. So we go 0. Change this back to 6. That one's done. 7 on here. And it's just a good habit to do this. That's way you can kind of know if you were to save this and, you know, call it or take a rest, I guess, for the day or whatever. And when you come back to it, you kind of got an idea of what you've got going on here. So I've made a notation here. I still got this space here, so I know these are done. This would be the next set to work on. So leave yourself some visual cues, I guess, as far as like, you know, what you had going on, where you left off, and so on. All right, so save this, and now we'll be on that very last stall, I guess, ahead of the pit wall opening. Don't want to leave that open. Let's see where we're at here. Okay, so far so good. Alright, so we are clipping there, so we do need some rotation on that. Cool, so right off the bat. staying consistent, I guess, with the previous stall. Okay, so the rotation, I'll probably apply that the same as I did here. Yeah, I'll do that. Whoops, and test her out. Okay, so we're clipping in there. Clipping equally right now, so yeah, I can adjust the dlat from this point. That's kind of what I figured. That's almost exactly what I had to do last time. The previous stall, so we want to adjust that upwards. I'm gonna do. Say I did a 0.10. Yeah, let's do that. We'll just do a 0.18. I can actually probably go 1.5. That would probably still be good. Save it, and we'll check it out. I could probably go with just a tad more, but God, that's so close though. I might just leave it. Yeah, I mean it's just very, very minuscule difference, I guess, as far as clipping. But I think that'll count. We'll count it.
Okay, go, go, go.
Yeah, see, he's clipping just a tad. What I'm looking at is this dude right here. He's clipping ever so slightly. So even if I did put it back to the 0.18, that would probably we'll call that good. So that's probably what I'll do. You remember I was considering a 0.18, which I should have left it. If I put it at that, it'll move him further away from the wall. And the tires will still be good too. So okay, so we'll just go ahead and do that. Very, very small difference though. So you can kind of get the idea of what little changes you can make to make a pretty big difference. So we do 1.8 on this, and then we'll just call that good. Okay, so now we can put our 7 back here. We're going to be doing 13 next. We already got this set done. Okay. Put our 0 on this stall. So remember from last week we already did those. We already tackled those. Those are good to go. And we're going to put our 13 up here. Complete swap, and we'll save it. Cool. Alright, so we'll go ahead and check that one out. Moving right along. So this is going to be more or less on the straight, more into the straight of the pit road. Way down here. Holy mackerel. That dlat's way off on this one. Yikes, okay. Well, this is why we're doing this. Okay. Yeah, they're definitely way off. So you can see why it is so pretty good. That looks so weird, I guess, with the pit guys not lined up with the pit wall. Oh, they're stepping in midair and whatnot. Alright, so the dlat, we gotta move closer to the wall.
Okay, go, go, go.
Alright, so no rotation, doesn't look like though. Because we're more onto the straight, as you can see. So just adjusting the dlat in this case. So the dlat, again, we refer to my notes, we need to move closer to the wall, which is going to require a higher dlat. So we gotta increase the dlat. So we're at a 35.00 because it's such, it's such a huge amount that it needs to move. Almost need a huge adjustment. It's not just a minor adjustment. So in this case, what I would consider in this one is I'll probably start at a 0.30. And that's pretty drastic in comparison to the very small changes we've been making here, but it's so far off. Now from this point, I'll be able to get a better determination as far as if that's too far in or not. And we'll see that here in a second. So if I go save this. But that's a pretty big, you know, as far as how much it's off, that needs a bigger adjustment. But it's still relatively, see, that's a lot, see, you can already tell it's a lot closer, but it still needs to go more. So I'll probably do a 0.40. Okay. I was initially considering a 0.50 to be honest. It's gonna cut it down a little bit, so I'm gonna do a 0.40, and it should be pretty close. Okay, so do a save, test. So still needs to go more. Oh, that macro. Okay, so okay. Yeah, that needs to go quite a bit more yet. I might even have to go like a 0.60. It is moving, that's for sure, but it's not nearly enough. So yeah, this was a big adjustment we need to make on this one. And once we determine this one, because we're on that straight like that, as we are, a lot of these will probably end up being about the same. Yep. We'll have to test them all, of course, but yeah, they should all pretty much be the same. So we'll do a save, test. Ah, we're getting there. It's still flipping into the wall. And pretty equally still yet, too. Boy, that miracle. So we'll do a 0.80. We need to get it enough. Holy cow. This is requiring a pretty huge adjustment. That's okay. That's why we're doing this. So I'm going to go 0.80. So keeping in mind, we started out at 35.00. So you've almost adjusted a whole point, if you will. Save. Test it out. We're getting there. A little bit more. I might just have to put it at a 36. That's what's going to be my next adjustment, is put it at even 36. We're getting there. That was a pretty big adjustment, I won't lie. Let's put it at an even 36.00. Cool. We're gonna get these bad boys done, I'm telling you. Slowly but surely. Still a little bit more. Probably 36.10. Yep, see they're clipping just the knees there. Okay, so 36.10 we'll try. And I think that should probably do it. So overall we would have adjusted it 36.10. So 1.0 we would have 1.10 I should say. So save. Pretty big adjustment, I don't lie. There we go. I think we got it. I think that's good too. Good length, man. Yep. Very good. I'll take it. Yeah, so as far as what I am witnessing is that pitch.
Okay, go, go, go.
There's not really much we can do about that though, as far as And what I mean by that, as far as the rotation, I guess from, you know, the nose and the tail of the war wagon and the car, you can't really rotate because I'm still observing the fact that there's no painted lines in the pit stall, as there should be. So I'm not really sure if there's really going to be any adjustment for that, to be honest. I don't really think it's going to be too much of a big deal, but that is something that I do necessarily observe, I guess, with... okay, so what I'm going to do, moving on to the next one, is I'll adjust it to the same dlat, be it that we're on the straight part. Okay, what I will do is take this space out of here. Here, there we go. And yeah, apply this dlat to this stall and go from there. No rotation. Okay, we're going to move 13 back up here. Change this to 0. We want our car to spawn in this spot. Like so. Save it. This one should be... I shouldn't have to adjust anything. We'll see here. These straight stalls, whatever, should be pretty straightforward. Pretty good. Look at that. Cool.
Okay, go, go, go.
Very good. Alright, so that's moving right along. I think a majority of these pit stalls on the straight here, they're going to be the same dlat. Pretty much. One thing I haven't been really checking is the dlong, but I think those are pretty self-explanatory. I don't think we need to make too much adjustment to that, so put a space after that. Okay, I'm gonna put our 14 back in this spot. Put the 15 up here, that'll be our next one. And it doesn't really matter if you don't adjust this one. I'm just thinking in terms of if I ever have to, you know, coming back to it, if I close it out and come back, I know exactly what I did. You know what was going on. You could still probably, you know, with a little common sense, you could probably still figure that out. If you still had a 14 up here and one here, it'd be like, oh, but then you're on this spot because I put the space in here. That's your other clue. So, okay, so we're gonna copy that dlat to this one as well. I'm pretty sure all of these here that have a 35.00 are going to be pretty much all the same. Until we get to the next curve towards the tail end of the pit road. Okay, save that. Test her out. And I'm just coming in here just to humor the fact, you know, that these are good to go. I'm not just going to assume. Yeah, see, this one's already still clipping already. So that's going to need to go further away from the wall. Yeah, so there is a little bit of adjustment there. See, I don't want to assume all these are going to be the same.
Okay, go, go, go.
Okay, so this one we need to move further from the wall. You can see how they were clipping just slightly. So that dlat's going to be a little bit different on this one. Okay. Refer to my cheat sheet. So we need to move further from the wall. So we need to lower that number. So I'll just put it at 36 even. For starters. So put it at 36 even. 36.00. Save it. And go test that out. I mean, it would be pretty quick, I guess, to go ahead and, these are all straight pits, it's a straight line. And just put them all at the same dlat. See, this one looks better already. Let's see here, try the tires. Check the tires out. See, it's still clipping a little bit. Not too badly, but might be able to live with it. I think I'm going to bring it down to like a 35.90. I think that should be good. I think that'll be good. So you can see from here too, that's clipping right there. That one's not though. Okay. So that would suggest a clockwise rotation a little bit. I can probably put a 0.02 in that. That might correct that. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Okay, so I think I'm going to put a little bit of rotation in that, to be honest. So on this stall, I'm going to put a 0.02. Check it out. So I'm going to humor myself on this one. I'm getting very OCD in that. Yep, that's a little better. Oh yeah, baby, that's good. I like it. Just that little fine-tuned adjustment there. Cool.
Okay, go.
Very good. Let's leave it at that. I don't want to spend too much time on each stall. I mean, it can get really nitpicky with it. But, don't want that to get the better of me. So, this will set this back to 15. That one's good to go. We're going to put 16 up here. Do that complete swap. Put our space after 15. Now we want to check this stall. Okay, so I'm going to copy all of this to this stall. Okay, I'll go ahead and test it that way. So far. Ooh, that was clipping. Okay. And that was clipping, so I gotta move the dlat. That's pretty even. So I gotta move it further away from the wall. Okay. So I gotta adjust the dlat to move it further away from the wall. Okay. So again, I'll adjust that so further from the wall. Need to lower the dlat, I should say. So lower the dlat. 35.90 we're going to do. 35.90. There we go. Let's check that out. Save it. Check it out. Oh, did we lose our music? Oh, hold on. Here we go. Not too bad. Pretty good. I think I can deal with that one. So that's partially the reason why you want to check each stall like that, because you're going to have,
Okay, go.
deviations, I guess, from that. Standard, just wanting to put in, the same number all the way through, even though it's relatively a straight pit on this part of the pit road. We got some deviations from it. So we started off at, where did we start off at? 36.10. It's climbed down to 36. Now we're down to 35.9. So Plus, we add a little bit of rotation to it. So, yeah, even though it's relatively a straight pit, you still need, you know, to get that alignment, I guess, of the animated pit crews, I guess, properly, you definitely want to line those up properly. So that's 16. We're moving on to 17. Let's put that up here. Close the gap on that. Space there, and let's put our stall 0 on 17. That's going to be our next stall. Oops, too many ones here. And then I'm going to copy these values and adjust it from there. Cool. So we'll save it and go like that. Let's test these out. Yep, that one's clipping already, so that's got to move further from the wall, yeah. Yep. So it looks like that number is going to probably, like, the dlat for this is going to go down as we progress down the pit road.
Okay, go, go, go.
Which is perfectly fine. So there's probably a little bit of angularity, you know, in this straight part of the pit road, actually. It's probably got some angle, so it's probably moving inwards or outwards, I guess, as far as, yeah. It's definitely requiring, I guess, the dlat to be adjusted as we move down. Okay, so we need to move it further. So yeah, this is going to have to be a 3580, I believe. Let's do that and save it and test it out. Better. Still clipping a little bit. Not that much though. Not that much though. Okay, so let's just very little, so I'll probably just do a 0.05 adjustment to this. So we're at was that a 90? Yeah, so I'll just do a 0.75. Yeah, so we started off at a 0.90, went down 0.15 basically. Okay, save that, we'll test it just to ensure. Be sure to ensure. That's better. Perfect.
Okay, go, go, go.
Marvelous, moving right along. Moving right along, okay. We'll knock the straight part of the pits out here pretty quickly. Alright, so that was 17, so we're going to put 17 back here. And put our space there so we know that's done. Move 18 up to here. And we move, change this to 0, so that's what we want to test next. So there we go. Next stall. That needs to go more, obviously. Yeah, it's pretty even there too. That's the other thing I keep in mind. So it's pretty even as far as how much they're clipped. So the no rotation. I need to move it further from the wall, so I need to decrease that number again. That seems to be the pattern so far. As we do these, so we got to decrease the dlat. That one looks like I might have to decrease it a little bit more than just 0.10 though, based on how much they're clipping. 7.5. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Let me test it this way. I forgot to test it this way. So, okay. Yep, I forgot to. No problem. So we'll just paste this in here and we'll test that again. That way I forgot to put that value in there for the previous stall. So let's test it this way. I didn't really need any rotation, but I think that 0.02 is not going to make that big difference. There we go. That looks pretty good. Let's test it. See what the tires are. It's clipping. And now it's clipping. Okay, so we do need to move it down some more. That's all I need to know. So I'll probably do 0.15 seems to be a pretty legit adjustment. So we'll bring it down to 60. 0.60. Okay, and save that. Test it out. Very good. Very good. I'm happy with it. Oh, there you go, guys. See, they're getting better now. 14.9. Good job. So I'm giving a lot of practice. Just broke that 15-second mark. That was a good stop right there. All right. Okay, change this back to 18 now that that one's done. Put our space in there. Move this to 19. Hello? There we go. 19 and change 19 to 0. Okay, now I need to copy this value. There we go, and save it. Test. Flip it just a little bit. Yep, pretty even too. Alright. So let's go ahead. Alright, so we gotta. Oopsie. Let's go ahead and adjust that down. Yep. I'm gonna go just to 0.55. I think that'll work. Don't need a major adjustment there. Save that. Test it out. It's like rinse and repeat. Just about every time. That was good. That was good. I can live with that. Pretty decent. Oh, look at that. Man, they're getting good. 14.5. Seem to be getting better as I progress down the pit road here. They've clearly surpassed the 15-second stop. It is definitely helping. I guess I'm giving him a lot of practice. Okay. Next. So this is 19. We're going to change this back. Put this on 20. Doing a complete swap. Take the space out of here. That one's done. Now let's change this to 0. So we want to car to spawn in that stall. And I'm going to copy this value. Should get us in the ballpark, as it has been. Oops, take that space out. Cool. Save it. Go test it out. This will be the next stall. We're moving right along. Knocking them out. Okay, so gotta adjust the dlat again so its tires are clipping. It seems to be the pattern. So that one will probably go down to 0.15 as well. Cool.
Okay, go, go, go.
Yeah, that seems to be about the roundabout number. We've been able to adjust our dlats as we progress down the pit road as we are. So set this down to 0.40. Save it. Check it out. Very good. And I'm digging it. Nice. Perfect. Oh,
Okay, go, go, go.
lost a little time there, but not too bad. 14.5 seconds has been the best so far. Slipped there just a little bit, not too bad. Let's not make that a habit. Alright, so we're done with 20. Set that back. 20 is done. Move this to 21. Set this one to 0. And we want to copy this value to the stall. This should get us in the ballpark at least anyway. Oops, keeps adding a space after that. Save that. Check it out. Ooh, this one looks pretty good. Oh, that was clipping a little bit, okay. Okay. Don't need to move the dlat too much more on that one.
Okay, go, go, go.
Okay, so not as much on that one. Not clipping quite as much. So our camera view changed a little bit. So we're gonna TT here. Oh man, yeah, these cameras still need to be adjusted, obviously. Haven't gotten to that point yet. Let's check the camera views out anyway. Whoops. Okay. Yeah. So we got some cameras to adjust to. We'll get to that eventually. Alright, so we don't need to move the dlat down quite as much on this one. So we'll just do a 0.35. That'll work. We'll test that out. Yeah, it wasn't quite clipping as much. Very small difference there. Okay. Very small change. Oh, I see that one's still clipping too. Ah, okay. So maybe I do need to go a little more. Huh.
Okay, go, go, go.
Okay, it was pretty even there actually, so maybe go another 0.5, 0.05 anyway. That's interesting. Alright, let's see. Let's bring this down to 3.0. Save that, check that out. Okay, that's better. Much better. There we go. I like it. And it will work.
Okay, go, go, go.
Okay, so that was done. 14.3. Yeehaw. Shaved off the whole second from the last pit stop. Beautiful. Good job, guys. Okay. So this one's 21. It's 21 there. That one's done. Space there. Same as 22. We're almost through these straight pits. Straight part of the pits anyway. Change this to 0. Complete swap and copy this value to here. Yep. Save it and test this one. Moving on to the next stall. I'm not looking forward to getting to those curved pits again. The curved part of the pit road. Those are usually a pain. Yep, clipping. Clipping, okay. 0.15. That's the winner. So we'll probably eventually get down to right down to 35. It'll be just an even 35 by the time we get to the end, probably. So we're just chunking off the 0.15s here as we move along. Okay, save that and test it out. That's better. Beautiful. All right.
Okay, go, go, go.
Love it. All right. That one's good. Moving right along. So this one's 22. 22. So it's just 23. Alright, so then let's change to 0 and copy this value to here. Save and test her out. Like I said, rinse and repeat. A lot of repetition in that part, but ooh, that looks like this one too bad. Just flip in there though, so I'll probably just still do the 1.115. Alright, I think that'll work. Yeah, so let's do this, let's take it right down to an even 35. Leave the rotation in it. Cool, that'll work.
Okay, go, go, go.
Beautiful. 15.1 seconds that time. I'm keeping them sharp anyway. Alright, so that one's good. So this will be, put this back to 23. Space out of that. 24. We're getting these knocked out slowly but surely. So 0 on this one. And the only thing I'm adjusting here is just the rotation. 35.00. Okay. File save. Tester out. Let's clip it a little. Yep, just a little bit. Okay. See if we get a pit stop. 15.2.
Okay, go.
Alright, cool. You're staying pretty consistent. The best we've had is a 14.3 now, I think it is. It's pretty spectacular. Nah, I'm digging it. Alright, so this one we'll do a 34.90. 34.90. And we'll test it. It's only clipping just a tad. Coming up to just a little bit over a couple hours into the stream. We're definitely making some progress, though. Beautiful. So we get a pit stop. Come on. Break that 15. Oh, nice.
Okay, go.
14.9. Beautiful. Just beautiful. Alright. Okay. Next. So we're on, this is 24. Switch this back. Alright, this will now be 25. Change this one to 0. Again, pleat swap. Alright, copy this value. Oh, wait, all of this. All of it. Paste. File save and tester out. So other than the fact that, you know, and I've pointed this out already, the pitch, I guess as far as the front and backwards, you know, as far as the forward and aft, I guess of the, there's no way to adjust that, as far as to allow the
Okay, go.
pit markings. I guess I wasn't paying attention to the, but anyway, the markings on the ground. Let's see if I can get to that point. So yeah, these markings on the ground that should be showing there, they're not showing. I don't really think there's going to be any way to fix that. So, okay, so that was clear. I didn't observe as I was reiterating, I guess, what I was talking about. I forgot to watch the tires. Yeah, that one looks good.
Okay, go.
That one definitely looks good. Okay. So that one's good to go. So this one's 25. Space after that. Switch this up to 26. Alright, make this stall 0. And copy this values. Good. Save it. see, now we're getting into the curve. That's the road, so yeah, we're gonna deal with that again. So we gotta move it clockwise. Yep, gotta go clockwise for sure. Alright, so this is what I was dreading. Getting into that curved part of the pit road again here, so look at my cheat sheet here, so we gotta go clockwise. That needs to be the negative number. Okay, so we need to be, that's gotta be quite a bit here, so I might just go a negative 0.02 for starters. Let's see what that does. Save that. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, not quite enough. No, definitely not enough. Okay, so we gotta go more in that. More rotation, alright. Definitely not enough. Alright, so we're gonna go pretty extreme here. Let's do 1.5. 1.4. Let's do 1.5. Save that. We'll test her out. Okay. Yeah. Alright, maybe too much. Split the difference and I'll put it at like a 0.12. And then I'll probably have to adjust the dlat down. Yes, okay. Let's take those mental notes. So we need to go, let's do 0.12 and adjust the dlat down to 0.80. Okay, save that. Now these curved pits will require, I guess, to adjust both the dlat and the or the rotation, I should say. Okay, we are fairly equal now, so I can just continue bringing the dlat down. Okay, so just the dlat I need to adjust. Okay, kind of equaled it out a little bit. So just the dlat needs to come down. So I'm gonna go. Yeah, let's do 6.5. 0.65, there we go. May need to come more, but we'll try this first. Yep. We need to go more. Actually, I'm going the wrong way. My bad. Let's see, you can tell how equal it is there, so yeah, I need to go the other way. I decrease, I need to increase it. Yeah, I was thinking about that wrong. No, not a big deal. So that was at 5.5, right? Forgot what it was at originally. Hold on a second. What was that at? That was at a 3, 4. Oh, that was at 8.0. That's right. So I went down. So I could probably put that back to 9.0. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I was at 34.80. Okay. Had to refresh my memory there a little bit. Save it. Should be able to do this. I might have to bring it closer to a 35. Yeah. Okay. I might have to go over 35. Because, yeah, it's like they're like right in the middle of the wall. So I need to move them in quite a bit. So I need to move the whole thing that way. So that's going to have to come up quite a bit on the dlat. So that's going to have to go over 35 again. Yep, I think so. So I'll have to do a 35.10. We'll try 35.10. Let's do that. Save it. Test. I hate curves in the pits, I'm telling you. They're not fun. That's a little better. So we'll need to move it up a little bit more, so we'll probably have to go 2-0. Okay. So we got, let's do, I'm gonna do like a 2-5. Like 2-5, there we go. Save. Wow, it still needs to go. Damn. More, yes. Hey, we gave it a little bit more. Okay. So we'll up another 0.10. Bugger. Okay, so we'll do 3.35. Okay. Look at this crap. So clever. Man, that's probably more or less a rotation, so I need to go counterclockwise. Alright, so it's just the rotation. Little bugger. It's just the rotation, so that's gonna go counterclockwise. So it needs to be more positive, so I need to take off. So just bring us down to 1-0. Negative 1-0. Save. Not a big adjustment, but alright, I'm just gonna go a little bit more in the dlat. I think that's what I'll do. Let's do 45.45. Yeah. This should be good. Yep. Here's some more straight tires. Good. Good. Alright. Perfect.
Hey, go.
Got a little sloppy on the pit stop there, though. What's up with that? What is up with that? Lost a whole bunch of time there. Okay, so right, that one's done. So this one's 26. Close that up. Got 2 more stalls before the pit opening, so space there. So just a 27. This one is 0. Copy these values. Wait a minute. Yeah. Double check it there. Okay. File, save it, and check that out. Okay, rotation, counterclockwise, so we gotta make that more positive. Yep, rotation is off, so I'll have to... That probably translates, I can probably bring it down to a negative 0.04 or 0.05, okay. Thinking in my head. Could probably go negative 0.04. Let's try that. Save it, check it out. be able to put that to a 0.02 and just a dlat closer. Okay, so let's bring this down to a 0.02, negative 0.02, and closer. Gotta increase the dlat. Okay, so bring this up to 0.50. Okay. Oh man. Gotta go more on the dlat. Okay. A lot more on the dlat. So I might just have to do a 0.10. And sometimes what's a pain in the butt when you adjust the rotations in the... So yeah, let's do this at a 0.60. Save it. Very tedious process, especially when you're doing curve pits. That looks better. Much better. Fire that. Yep, that's pretty good. Pretty good. I'll take it.
Okay, go, go, go.
15.2. Okay. We're back to normal. Back to normal. Alright, so this is 27. Close that gap up. This will be last stall for the opening now. So change this to 28. Change this 1 to 0. And copy these values. Okay, save that. This should be right in front of the pit wall opening now. Oh my goodness, alright, so that's needs more rotation, so that's clockwise. That needs to be a negative number. So going back negative, okay. Alright. Going back negative on the rotation. Alrighty then, so we need more negative. So interesting. So we'll do this at let's do that 1.5. I think the dlat's definitely gonna need to be adjusted too, but let's try this first. Not sure how much, so we'll do the rotation first. And go a little bit more on the rotation. Okay. A little more on the rotation. Maybe play 0.05. So I did it. 1.5, let's do 2.0. And then I'm thinking the dlat. Once again, I'm going to check first. Make that adjustment, and we'll see. I think the dlat, I'm going to have to move it closer. Whoops, wrong way. My bad, I got a little click happy. Okay, that's pretty even. So I need to move the dlat so I'm closer. Oops, lost my music again. Alright, so we gotta move it closer. Where's the music? Yes. Alright, so closer. Gotta increase the dlat. Always have to keep reminding myself. So increase this by, we're just gonna do 0.75. Yep. Save and test it out. Oh my goodness. What? Yikes, okay, that's gotta move quite a bit. Okay, so the rotation still gotta go. Okay, we gotta make it more positive counterclockwise. We gotta take some of the negative rotation out. Not a lot. So probably just do like a -1.7, -1.7. To move it counterclockwise, okay. And we definitely need to increase this a lot more. So let's do 9.5. Let's try that. Yep. Because they were like on the opposite, the wrong side of the wall completely. It's right in the middle of the wall, so we gotta, just the dlat. Increase the dlat a little bit more. Okay. Oh, I despise curved pits so bad. Alright, so I'm gonna do 36.10. Okay, leave everything else the same. Okay. Still more in the dlat, okay. It's still pretty even though, as far as how much they're clipping anyway. Okay, so 36. I'm just gonna do 0.30. Yeah. Save on it. I could probably do like a 0.28 or something like that. 3.0 might be a little bit much, but we'll see here. See, they're still clipping. Okay, not so much there. So I still need to take off a little bit more of the rotation positively. So if we do 2 adjustments, I'll make the dlat and rotation. So I need to, a -1. Yeah, so bring this down to 1.5. Moves that counterclockwise and increase this to 0.35. That should balance that out. Cool. I think that should work. That should be spot on right there. Oh, he's still clipping. I might just live with that. See how the tires are. That's good. I can live with that. Curve pits suck. I hate them. Okay.
Okay, go, go, go.
We'll live with that. That should do. Okay, moving along. Hate it when I have to spend so much time in one pit stall. Okay, so let's move this up. This will be 28. Alright. Now we're right at the pit wall opening. Moving on to 29. I'm going to try and get as much of these done. I'm going to get all these pits done now. I'm going to push through it. So 2.9 there and change this to 0. we'll go ahead and copy this value. Paste. Okay, let's check it out this way. See what we got. So this is going to be on the other side of the pit wall opening. Okay. Alright, so we got to go counterclockwise. So we got to make it more positive right off the bat. Okay. So let's just put this at a, put it there, and yeah, let's try it that way first. I was trying to think ahead as far as like how much I would, I know the dlat's probably gonna have to be adjusted too, but it's hard to tell without actually being able to see it in here first. Wow. Yeah, so we gotta make it more positive. See, it's, these guys are, so the rotation's more clockwise, so we gotta go counter. So we're making it more positive rotation. Plus the car itself, I think, is pretty out of whack. Alright, so alright, so let's do, man, do I want to go so far? Let's do this. Let's try that. I think this might be too much, but we'll see. Actually, not at all. That's pretty good. So let's adjust the dlat. Gotta go closer. Okay, we gotta increase the dlat, I believe. Double check, so we gotta move it closer. Yeah, so we gotta increase the dlat. Alright, so we'll do 0.45. Cool. Probably a little bit more on the dlat. These guys here are still clipping a little bit. Okay. Let's go ahead and adjust that before we progress. We'll just move this up to 0.50. Good. I can probably live with this though. Yeah, I think I can live with that.
Okay, go, go, go.
15.7, they're slipping still a little bit. Yeah, stay with it, guys. Let's go. I'm giving you lots of practice. I know I'm wearing you out. Okay, so that one's good. Okay, let's move this back to 29. This will now be 30. Switch this one to 0. And we'll copy these values. Save. Test today. I'm gonna get through all these bits if it kills me at this point. That looks pretty good so far. So far. Let's see how the tires work. That's good. That was good. Sweet. Perfect. I can live with that one. Cool.
Okay, go, go, go.
I can live with that, so we're moving along. When it comes out that good, I don't mess with it. That's alright, so we'll set this back to 30. That out, so we're good on 30. Moving to 31. 31. Set this one to 0. Copy these values. Okay, and save it. See what we got. Uh-oh. I screwed something up. Yikes. Holy mackerel. What did I do? I goofed something up. What did I do? Oh, I see what I did. Dang it. 336 point. Whoopsie. Maybe copied over right. Yowza. I was like, what in the world's going on there? That'll do it. That'll definitely do it. That's so far it looks good.
Come on, forward.
Uh-oh. Flipping. Okay, need some rotation counterclockwise.
Okay, go, go, go.
Alright, so we need some counterclockwise rotation. So that would be positive number. Let's see what we got here. So we're at... So I'll just take the negative off of that. Try it this way. For starters. What happened to my music? Okay. Oh man. So on this stall, that's on the pit entry. I need to come up.
Come on, forward.
I got you.
Come on, forward.
Uh-oh. What's up with this one? What's wrong with this? That's pretty good there. He's clipping a little bit, so I might have to adjust the dlat and move it a little further. So I gotta come down the dlat. Move it out.
Okay, go, go, go.
Also, one thing I noticed is this is clipping here, so I might make a notation. Yep, just like I did earlier. Alright, so I need to move it further. Yep, it'll lower the dlat. So, where are we at? Bring this down to 0.40. And I'm also going to make a comment. Copy. Paste. That way I know to adjust that line. I hadn't really been paying attention to that, to be honest, but I noticed that one's pretty obvious. So we'll save that. Test that out. That'll work. Whoa.
Okay, go, go, go.
Sloppy pit stop. They're slacking again, guys. Let's not lose focus. Okay. So, okay, we get on this. We need to change this back to 31. And then space there. Changes 32. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. 32. Okay, changes to 0. Copy these values. Save it. There we go. Whoa, that's clicking a whole bunch. Holy crap. That was a little bit more counter, and we need to bring dlat up. Okay, so counterclockwise, and move the dlat up. Okay, so this, we'll put this at a 0.05. Bring this up 60. Okay, save that. Check that out. Wait a minute, I went the wrong way. I did, I went the wrong way. My bad. I gotta lower the dlat. Okay. Oops.
Okay, go, go, go.
I need to lower the dlat, not raise it. No problem. So we had it at 40, so we need to go 30. 30, there we go. Go the other way. Got another line right there behind me, whatever. Just that. Still cooking. Gotta lower a little bit more yet. Okay. Gotta lower a little more. Probably shave off about another 0.15. Okay, so. Yeah. So let's bring this down 0.15. Okay. That's good. Oh, that was clipping just a little bit yet. Go a little bit more in the dlat. Okay. Let's go a little bit more in the dlat. Let's bring it down to 0.10. Good. That'll work. I can live with that. Go.
Okay, go, go, go.
Alright. Okay, so that one's 32. space out of that. Apply it here. Now we're on 33, so put that up here. Set this one to 0. And copy these values. Cool. Save. There we go. Yikes, that's what's clipping a little quite a bit there too. Pretty evenly too, so yep, gotta decrease the dlat quite a bit.
Okay, go, go, go.
So maybe a 0.25. Yeah, try that. See how that works. Alright, so point man, brain's hurting already. Let me try my calculator. 36.10 minus 0.25. Excuse me? What the hell? 36.10 minus 0.25. 35.85. So I can copy that. That's what I want to set this to. How did I get so much space in there? Oh, I see why, I think. Save it. Go test it out. Lots of testing today. That's better. Still got a little bit more. Yeah, a little more. Okay, a little more. Okay, so we're at 385. Let's do 65.65. Yeah. Make sure adjusting the right one. Good. Marvelous. That'll work. I'll take it. Oh. Break that 15-second. Ow.
Okay, go, go, go.
You can do better than that. You've definitely done better than that. Might be working too hard now. Okay, so next. That was 33, so let's change this back to 33. Space out of that. This one's done. 34, moving along here. Change this to 0 and copy these values. Save and test it out. Okay, that was clipping. And pretty equally. About to lower the dlat. Okay. As long as it's equal, we don't have to change the rotation. As long as it's equal. Okay. 0.45. That should do it. getting there, not quite though. Not quite, okay. A little more. Have to go another 0.20. Clipping the wall pretty good. Yeah, so let's do 0.25. Make sure to save that. Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna push through these. I'm gonna get all these done. Kills me at this point. Just been dreading having to do these curb pit stalls. Yeah, you can see the painted lines, you know, on the ground in front of the car. Those are starting to show back up again. So let's clip in there just a little. So I'll adjust the dlat down just a little more. Okay. Just a little more. Little bit more, so do 20. Save. I think this will probably suffice. We'll test it out. Yeah, I see another clipping on that one. Yeah, they're clipping on that.
Okay, go, go, go.
I think I might just live with that. These curve pits are kind of hard to get them just right, so we'll just leave it at that. That's cool. 34. Switch to 35. Alright, change this to 0. Copy these values. So far doesn't look too bad. Clipping there, so looks like we need to go counterclockwise. Rotation just a little.
Okay, go, go, go.
And adjust the dlat. Okay, hold on. Further away. Okay, so counterclockwise. Take this down to 0.202, and we need to move further. Close that for a second. Further is lower the dlat. Yeah, so we'll do 0.10 on this. I think that's right. Let's try it. Trial and error sometimes. I got a long pit line I gotta adjust there too. Just noticed. Ah, that was clipping. Dang it. That was clipping, both the same. Alright, so we still need to go down on the dlat. Down about another 0.10. Okay. So, yeah, let's make this an even 35. 35.00. Did I mention already that I hate curve pits? Alright, so let's do this. I'll have to make a notation on this stall. Okay. So do that. That was good. So I'm going to make a notation on this one as well. Most of them all seem to be... Well, it's just the way... yeah, as far as when I'm noticing it anyway. Just need to adjust that way. Okay. So I'll do that. Right, that was 35. Put that back. This will be now 36. Space out of that. Make this one 0. Copy these values. Save and check these out. It's not clipping too bad. So those are equal. Cool. I'll do if I do bring it down 0.20. Okay, it's 0.20, so we'll do 34.80. 34.80. Cool. Save it. Good. Nice.
Okay, go, go, go.
Kill buttons, alright. Alright, so this needs to go put this back to 36. Get that out. Space that out. 37. Almost to the end. Final stretch. Change this to 0. And copy these values. Save it. Alright. That's looking like about a 0.20. Need to decrease the dlat on. Okay, as far as how much it's clipping, so we'll do 0.60. Yeah. Ooh, and on this end here. So might have to adjust the rotation. Yeah. So we need to go clockwise. Yep. Clockwise on the rotation a little bit. Clockwise. We need to go negative, okay. So that needs to be... So I could probably just take the 0.02 out. Yeah, let me do this. Nice. Now this is rather minuscule, but let's just do it this way. Let's see. Okay. Let's try that out. Getting real precise here now. That's so cool there. Not too bad though. There. Yeah, I can live with that. I can live with that. Cool.
Okay, go, go, go.
Alrighty then. We're getting there. Definitely the home stretch. Okay, so that was 37. About 5 more to go. 37. Nope, 37. So we're moving on to 38. Okay, take that space out. Wait a minute, what happened here? Here we go. 37, so we put a space there. Change this to 0. And copy these values. Save, and here we go. Clipping just a little bit there. Tires on. Not too bad. I'm gonna live with that one, to be honest. I definitely do. Okay.
Okay, go, go, go.
I'm gonna live with that one. I don't think it'll be too bad. Whoopsie. Getting click happy again. Okay, so that one's good. 38. Close that one up. Change this to 39. Change this one to 0. Copy these values. Oops, lost my music again. Dang it. There we go. Okay, so that's good. Save it. Let's go in here. For anyone out there, definitely do let me know if the audio is too loud or not loud enough. See? Oh, we got some woodworkers in there. Appreciate that. Alright, so I need to try that again. The tires were clear. I think I can move it
Okay, go, go, go.
inwards. I could probably increase the dlat there. Closer. Yeah. I can get away with moving it closer a little bit. Yep. Okay. Not a whole lot. Just a little bit. Okay. Alright, so need to increase the dlat this time. Yeah, so let's bring this up to 70.70. 3 more stalls to do after this. Cool. Let's see. We just hit the 3-hour mark too. Dang. Alright. Cool. I'll live with that. That works. Cool.
Okay, go, go, go.
Alrighty then. So 3 more stalls to do after this. Okay. 39. So what's that? Gonna go there. Oh, I see what's going on here. So this would be now 40. Change this to 0. Copy these values. Paste that. And save it. Oh, I rescue maintenance. How we doing? By the way, I haven't seen you well. Changing it to stall 0. That's where I want the car to spawn. Stall 0 is the player car in testing. So in order for me to put the car in the stall that I want to test, as far as the coordinates that I'm changing, I need to change that stall to 0. Because if I don't, then wherever stall 0 is, it'll put it where I don't want to test it, I guess. So the fact I got stall 0 on this, I'm adjusting these coordinates. I want to see if those coordinates are going to work, as far as if they're off or whatever. So I have to change it to stall 0. That's the player car. Hopefully that explains it. How the heck we been anyway? I know it's been a while since I've it's only about 3rd stream or whatever since I've been back too, so I know I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're well. Okay, so let's see how this one turns out. Oh yeah, we gotta adjust the dlat in this one. Good deal. Alright, so probably some rotation as well. That's good to hear. Glad you're doing well.
Okay, go, go, go.
Okay, so we gotta go counterclockwise on the rotation, which is gonna be more positive, if I remember right. Let's check that, and then we'll probably have to adjust the dlat again. Now, so okay, counterclockwise. Yeah, there's got to be a positive, more positive numbers. So let's do this as, first of all, we need to take the negative off of this and adjust this to 0.04. Try that first. Don't need to go crazy on the adjustment. It's not that much off. Little changes can make a big difference. Beat the fact that those rotation, that's not degrees, that's in radians. Yeah, it's still clipping. Still clipping there. Okay, it's fairly even. Not too bad. So we'll have to decrease the dlat. So the dlat value needs to come down to remove the clipping of the tires in the wall. Alright, so let's do that. So the dlat needs to come down. I'm going to do 0.55. I think this should be good. 34.55. That sounds good. Starters. Save. You know that. Man, we're getting down to the crunch here, though. We'll get a couple more after this. A couple more stalls to do. And those will be done. I'll be so happy. Still clipping a little bit. Yep, still clipping. Alright, so we gotta go down a little bit more. Down a little bit more in the dlat. Okay, so our dlat, let's just do 0.45. That should be more than plenty. Save. Cool. Pap up on my follow streams in a while. Thought you changed the name again. No, I haven't changed the name again since changing it to J-Rock Nation. But yeah, I wasn't able to stream for a while because the PC was borked. I finally was able to get myself a new video card. New, meaning GTX 970. Fairly good shape. So not a brand new card, you know, as far as like a 2070 or something like that, but as far as the video cards go. But it is newer than what I had. So yeah, I have been away for quite a while, so yeah, it's looking good.
Okay, go, go, go.
And I've only been focusing on just the Saturday streams for now. Just trying to sort everything out. Saturdays have been the only times I've been streaming. Starting usually at normal time at 5 p.m. So yeah, that's gonna look good there. I think it's gonna call that one good. So yeah, it's not that Twitch is being buggy or anything like that. It's just yeah, I've only recently come back since yeah, I'm glad to be streaming again. It was like it stunk. It's driving myself nuts as far as all these different types of projects that I've got now going on. It's just like I said, just trying to sort it all out. I don't know if I want to focus mostly just on the creative side of things with a lot of games, be it with Farm Sim and stuff like that. Not really sure yet, so that's why I'm just kind of playing it out. I do like playing the games for sure, but at the same time, the creative side of me, I guess, gets kind of priority when it comes to streaming, to be honest. Alright, so now we want to copy these values. Last two, home stretch. Copy. Paste. Okay, 41. Cool. Save that. Almost done with these things. Okay. Check the tires. Oh, that's clipping pretty good. Dlat. Yep, that's all dlat. Gotta lower the dlat. Alright. Cool. Yeah, in case you're wondering, as far as dlat, the dlat is, got my little diagram here. That kind of explains that a little bit. So, this direction is dlat, this way is dlong, as far as adjustments. So the dlat is the second set of numbers. So I do need to decrease, in this case, the dlat. And we're going to go 4.25. I think that's what we'll do. I think that'll work. Let's save it and test it in there. Yeah, this was kind of good to see. Seen a lot of a lot of the OG followers, I guess, that since I've been off for so long, been coming back. So yeah, it's kind of good to see that. Okay, so the rotation, counterclockwise. So I need to make that positive. All right.
Okay, go, go, go.
All right. I'm taking mental notes as I do this. So I need to do a positive rotation. Okay, where are we at? Yep, so let's do 0.08. I have no idea what I'm basically doing is just aligning up the pit stalls as far as the war wagon, as far as the pit crew guys, and all the equipment like the tires on the wall. I'm not going to show that after I adjust this here again, just to kind of give you an idea. But all these numbers, these values in here, specify as far as actually I got the track open here. So what these are all jigs, and right now, let me see if I zoom this out. So this is the track in another application. This is the spline of it, hence Spline Design Studios. This is the track geometry spline. Right now I'm on this stall, and this is on the pit entry So I've gone through all these pit stalls and finally got to this point. I've started from this point and gotten all the way over here. So yeah, we're currently on this stall right here. And basically, like I said, all these values, this little square with the X in it represents the vehicle. And this jig here is just gives me that distance that I need for that in there, so I can get that. As far as the tires that are clipping the wall, so it's many different things, you know, not only the car placement, but also the pit crew guys as well as the tires, so they don't clip into the wall. So there's a lot of things that this process here accomplishes as far as adjusting all these values. And I'll show that a little bit more in the sim when I test this out here. So I need to where are we at? I adjusted that, and I want to lower this to 0.15. Yep. So I'm gonna test this in the game, and I'll kind of show. Save that and test it. But this track here is, you know, probably give a little bit more elaboration on it. It's a scratch track build based on real-world topography, you know, terrain information. And this has been started by my modding partner, as far as with Spline Design Studios. He's laid this track out. This is an actual track in reality that is pretty much now defunct. That doesn't get used anymore. But trying to preserve it in the virtual sense, you know, in this racing simulation, being able to lay it out in the sandbox, as I showed you the spline track geometry spline design, and you know, being able to test it in the game. And this is what, you know, just all the little bits and pieces we're putting together, the pit stalls, getting the AI into it so that they can race around the track and all that good stuff. Not to mention, you know, the infield objects, the grandstands. James, the one who has started this track build, and I've been privileged enough, I guess, to be able to assist him on this. He's in the process of designing these grandstands around the track. He's already applied the garage and the infield object, I guess, to accommodate, I guess, that so far. And it's just been a little bit at a time. You know, he's been doing a lot of the 3D modeling, the major 3D modeling stuff, as well as the overall geometry of the track so far. And I've, like I said, been given the privilege, I guess, of being able to apply the pit stalls for him in this fashion. So it's a very tedious process. Won't lie, especially when it's a curved pit stall. It's not entirely straight. The fact that it's got curvatures in it, whatever like that, it makes it much more difficult to deal with. But in order to get these things to work right, that's what has to be done. So the rotation's too much. See where the nose of the car is kind of pointed inwards too much. So that already needs to be adjusted. Okay. Maybe. Let's see how the tires are. So what I'm looking at is the tires that are against the pit wall. See, that one's clipping on the furthest one. So that tells me the rotation. I gotta go back counterclockwise to fix that. Okay. So let's do that. We're gonna change the counterclockwise rotation, which means more positive. Right now I have it at 0.08, so I can probably do a 0.11. That'll put it more positive counterclockwise, and that's per my little cheat sheet here. So if I positive is counterclockwise on the rotation, and like I said, these values here are not degrees. These are what are considered radians, and which is a much more fine unit of measure than degrees. It's kind of almost the same difference between metric and standard, you know, as far as and you know, that's probably the best way I can describe it. But it's a very fine-tuned unit of rotation as compared to degrees. So I can go that way, and then I think I'm still going to have to go down in the dlat. So let's do that. So file, save. But yeah, there's a lot of going adjustments in the track INI to adjust the values and coming into the sim and actually testing it to see where it lands. So hopefully that explains. Man, that rotation's still off. See, what I'm looking at is the way the nose of the car is kind of pointed inward. So I might be going the wrong direction with that. I think I am. I'm going too far that way, so I need to bring it down. So I had it at 0.08. So I'll bring it down to a 0.06. Yeah, I'm going the wrong way with that rotation. And that's fine. So I had it at 0.08, so I'm going to do 0.06. As I went the wrong way, so we'll do a save. And test it again. I can definitely appreciate, asking the questions about that, because it's these types of things, it's like, us as gamers, we tend to play a lot of games, but it's like, how does it actually get, somebody had to create it. I guess that's, so that's, kind of somewhat what I like to show. Oh, yeah, that's clipping up there a little bit. So I'll adjust the dlat, and we gotta go further. So I got to adjust,
Okay, go.
so I'll just adjust dlat on that. Rotation I'll leave alone at this point. So the dlat, we gotta move it out further. So I'll use my cheat sheet. So further, I gotta lower the dlat. So lower the dlat down to, we'll put it at an even 34.00 on this one. That should do it. And we'll save that. We're getting ever so much closer to that last pit stall. Yeah, let's make sure it saved that. This should do it though for this one. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? What's up with that rotation? See, what I'm looking at here, see how these guys are clipping? And these guys aren't. So that tells me the rotation's off. So I still gotta go counter. Interesting. Alright, so maybe I can put that back at a 0.08. Or 0.10. Okay, let me try that. 0.10 will do that on the rotation. But basically, I'm just trying to remove any clipping of the crew guys and the tires that go over the wall. I guess that's the primary things that I'm looking at when I'm doing that. So let's try 0.09. Save it. Let's check it this way. So depending on if you go a positive rotation or negative is going to determine if it's counterclockwise or clockwise. Yeah, it's too much. So that nose is... Look at this crap. See how those guys are clipping. So yeah, this is what I hate about curved pits. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm going to have to split the difference and do like a 0.07. Okay. And then adjust the dlat so it's closer, so I have to increase the number. Okay, just taking mental notes. So I'm going to split the difference on this and do a 0.07, and then this I need to increase it to just trying to think here, 0.05. Let's try this. This is what stinks about curved pits, though, because you've got the curvature of the wall, so to try to balance it out as far as the rotation and how far inward or outward, I guess, the war wagon in that is, it's a pain. So I'm glad when these are done. See, they're still clipping on that end. Something like that anyway. Okay. If I did what you're doing, I would never play, because I'd be sick of it. Oh, you know what, though? I'll tell you what. For me, for someone like myself, it gives me that much more satisfaction knowing, by going through all this headache as I am, it gives me a lot more appreciation for the amount of work that's gone into it. So Yeah, I do. Don't get me wrong. I do tend to, you know, I want to say get stressed out, but it's aggravating as far as having to go back in and out and adjust these values. But just knowing how much time has gone into it, get these, next to perfect. That's what gives me the satisfaction of enjoying it that much more. So the rotation counter, man, I'm not really sure where to put this sucker at. 0.9 is too much. Counter. Alright, so let me try 0.08 again. And gotta look at my cheat sheet, so I'm gonna move it out. Yep, still need to lower the number, lower the dlat. So let's do 33.95. But yeah, I get that as far as if you had to do, for the average person, for someone that doesn't really indulge, I guess, in doing this type of work that I do, yeah, I get that as far as like you'd just be like you'd lose all interest in it, and that's fair. I mean, that's this is the type of thing I like to do, though. I mean, this is especially when I have the ability to be able to adjust to things that I know that are off, that can be adjusted like this. I mean, that's okay. So adjust it this way. We got to be close now. This one's. Oh my goodness! Look at this crap. What in the heck is going on? And what I'm looking at is these guys. See how much they're clipping, but these guys aren't. So the rotation, it needs to go counterclockwise on the rotation. But from what I've tested so far, I've gone 0.11, and that was too much. So what the heck am I doing? Alright, let me adjust the rotation again. I gotta check my notes, because maybe I'm going the wrong way. I know I have done that enough in this whole process. So counterclockwise. Yeah. So it needs to be more positive. Right? So right now we are at... Alright, well, let's put this back up again. Let's do a 0.11. Save that. Test it that way. No. No. I wish that was the case. That's not what they're doing. It's the rotation of it. I know the perspective of it does tend to look like that, but it's the orientation. I know the orientation of the animated pit crews, and yeah, that's definitely not what they're doing. I wish that was the case, but the fact that they're clipping into the wall, that's not doing it. Oh my goodness, am I going the wrong way? What the freak? I am going the wrong way, so what the heck? Because that's bringing it further out more. Oh my goodness, alright. So I need to go more negative, I suppose. So let's try that. So we had it at a 0.08. I mean, it should be counterclockwise. That's what's screwing me up. You see, yeah. See what I mean? So I had it at a 0.08. I moved it to a 0.11, so that kicked it that much more out, I guess you could say. So I got to go more negative is what I got to do. So let's try 0.5. I'm going the opposite direction. See what this does. So I went from a 0.11 to a 0.05. That should move it. Yeah, let's try this though. We'll see. You'll definitely be able to see the difference. But I need to determine if it's in the right way. Because more negative is counterclockwise than the other way is. So that's straight. That's better. But it needs to go a little bit more. Okay. A little bit more. In that direction. Nice. Should tend to see the difference now. So what do I got at 0.05? Let's try like a 0.02. So it's now I'm seeing what I did wrong. Okay, so save that, test that out. That should be pretty close now. It might be clipping still a little bit, but it shouldn't be too bad. Why aren't they all the same? I mean, as far as each guy has its own task. So like you got your jackman, your tire carriers, and your fuel, the one that carries the fuel. Yeah, that's about what I think. I think I'm gonna have to live with this. I could probably adjust the dlat just a little bit. You can see it's clipping just a little bit. But yeah, but each of these guys has their own task. So like there's tire carriers, you got your jack guy, your jack man, your dude with the fuel. So yeah, each one has their own thing. So I think I'm gonna adjust this to dlat because it's pretty equal. He's clipping here and he's clipping here just a little bit, which suggests I only have to adjust the dlat just a tad, which means I gotta move it closer. So I'm gonna look at my cheat sheet. Yep, so I gotta raise the dlat just a tad. Raise the dlat to 34.05. What I'm gonna try 34.05. And that should do it. I'm gonna test it just to make sure. I think that's gonna be pretty good though. I will. This will probably suffice. Oh yeah, I like that one so far. Alright, let's check the tires. That's looking better. That tire's over. And that tire's over. Cool. Perfect. I can look at that. Perfect.
Okay, go.
Alright, so that one's done. Now we're on to the last stall. Nope. Yeah. I wish it was that easy too, as far as, and I kind of showed that earlier too. Because the pits or whatever, because your wall is not perfectly straight, and especially because there's a curve, you can't just copy. You know, like one. I mean, I've been copying it just to get in the ballpark. Like I will do the same thing for this next stall, but yeah, as you can see, as you look at all these numbers, they're all slightly different as far as like, especially on the dlats, they're not all going to be perfectly in a row, and that's just because of the nature of how the track is built. You know, none of your walls are necessarily perfectly straight and things like that. So that's the nature of building a track, especially with real world terrain, because you're going to have rises, you know, pitch and all that stuff. You're going to have it all be wonky as far as like weave in and out type of thing. So, and that's just the way a lot of things like track builds are actually done. So, okay, so this one's done. I'm going to set this one to 42 now. This is our last stall. Thank goodness. Alright, so put this back to 41. And I don't think I need to put a space in there, but I'll go ahead. Set this one to 0. That's where we want the player card to spawn. And we're going to copy these values. And then adjust accordingly. Paste. There we go. Alright, so let's make sure that's saved, and we'll go in and check it. Hopefully I won't have to make too much of a change for this. This is our very last stall. Okay, so far it looks good. Yep, they're on the pit wall, cool. So the tires are. So the tires are clipping. See, that one's clipping, and that one's clipping. But that's only a dlat adjustment, so that's cool. Cool. Alright, let's go ahead and adjust the dlat on that one. So we need to move it further out. And that means I need to lower that dlat. If the stalls were all in a straight line, like at Fontana, you only have to do one. Not necessarily. That's what I mean. And like I said, I explained this, I guess, a little bit earlier too. I know you had come late into the stream, but even if it's a relatively straight pit road, that doesn't mean it's going to be the same all the way down, because there might be some angularity, as far as that straight line might be on an angle, which is going to make that value, especially your dlat, is going to change. It's either going to be a little bit higher or a little bit lower depending on which angle it's going in. So even though it looks relatively straight, that doesn't mean that all these numbers are going to be the same, if that makes sense. That's why that's why you have to go through this process as far as lining up those pit stalls. I mean, you could do it that way in most cases, and you'll get it in the ballpark. But in most cases, it's going to gradually get off, because there's not hardly one pit road that I know of, to even include somewhere like Auto Club, or Fontana, as you say, that it's going to be perfectly straight. They just never are, especially if you're going by real world terrain data. Yeah. And this is why this is part of that process, as far as like you lay the geometry of the track out, and then you have to apply the values as far as how to adjust, accordingly. I wish it were that easy, I'll be telling you. I know there's a lot of track builds up until this point, with being able to use real world terrain data, be it LiDAR, as we call it. We never had that available, so you more or less built a track on that notion. It's just like, well, that's a straight pit road. I can get one value for one pit stall and just copy that all the way down, only having to change the dlong, the spacing of that. And that did relatively work, for the most part, but then you would get your misalignments of the pit stalls, I guess, based on that, doing it that way. And this is why we've been able to get more precise, I guess, with it in this fashion. I think it's actually a step in the right direction, to be honest. Alright, so I said I gotta bring the dlat down on this one. So let's do that. So we're gonna do 33.95, I think. 33.95. That'll bring it further out so that the tires aren't clipping as much. Hopefully not at all when we test this. Alright, so here we go. Alright. So far so good. Yeah, curve pits especially, they are a bear. Yeah, that's pretty darn good, actually. I think I might just move the dlat just a tad more. They're clipping just ever so slightly. Just ever so slightly. That's pretty decent, though. So we'll move it down just a little bit more. We'll probably just go 0.10 down. So we'll do 0.85. Like that. And we'll save it. And this is going to be our last one. Bristol is a pain. I've had my fair share of working on Bristol track, to include a scratch build of that one back in 2015. The main trouble with Bristol is because they got the two independent pit roads, right? And you've got the break of the turn there. That's what's a pain. The pit stalls themselves, as far as like being straight, those are relatively easy. It's getting the functionality of that type of pit road to work properly, because you got basically the two independent pit roads as how they operate it. Because under certain track conditions, the way the cars can pit under green flag, say for example, they're able to enter their pit wherever their pit stall is, whereas under caution they can't. You got to use the whole pit road to include the curve, and it's a pain. That's a nightmare, that track. Alright, so we're going to test this out. Yeah, I've had my headaches even more so with tracks like this one, as far as getting the functionality of the pit road to work with that type of configuration. Alright, so that one's good. And that one's good. Sweet. Pit stalls are done. Very good. Very nice. Cool.
Okay, go, go, go.
Okay. So, pit stalls are done. So let's finish cleaning this up here. We are all done with pit stall locations. Alright, so let's do this. We're going to clean this up now. So let's put this back to 42. That one's done. And now we can put our stall 0 back up here. So we'll spawn in this end now. So now all the pit stalls are done. And then I've made notations in here for some adjustments I need to make geometric wise. As far as the geometry, as far as some of these stall lines are lined up properly. So I've made those notations in here via the semicolon next to the stall. And the next thing is it's gonna be, and I'll probably not do it right now. That'll probably be in the next stream. I'll do the starting grid. Starting grids can be somewhat of a bear. Sometimes you can get away with using some of the values from the pit stalls and then just basically changing the dlat to make the second row, because they do a side by side. So you have side by side, you have a row this way, and they're 2 by 2, I guess you will. So when you set these up, your stall 1 is going to be on the inside, stall 2 on the outside, and so on, and they stagger like that. So I probably won't show that process, I guess, today, as it's been over 3.5 hours so far. So it's been a long stream, and I've got a lot done. I'll probably go ahead and at least run a few laps on the track. I'm going to clean this up here. The track is raceable, for sure. It has been tested with AI, and I can kind of show that off a little bit. Just to kind of give you a little teaser of all this work that's being done on it so far, how well that's working. So just double checking some things here. Cool. So I'm going to go ahead and save this as it is. And then this will eventually become an official release from Spline Design Studios, as we have not done one in quite some time. Hardly at all, to be honest. But this is going to be one of the very first and official, authentic Spline Design Studios scratch track builds, I guess, of a track in reality. So you can kind of get the sense here of what we got here. The background image that we have for this track is of the actual track. You know, so you can see the Google. It's been a high-res stitched image, so it's 4K, if you will, satellite image of the actual track. And I can turn the let's do it this way. You can see the actual track, so you can see the splines for the track as far as the green and blue lines and so on. This is the start-finish line. So that's our lead segment. So that's where your lap times will start, go all the way around this way, come back around. So it's a counterclockwise track. And yeah, so these are the grandstands and all that stuff. This is what James is working on as I'm doing what I'm doing here with the pit stalls. And hopefully eventually we'll have something like that going into the track as this process continues, I guess, with the track build itself. So yeah, so that kind of shows you what's going on there. So I'm going to go ahead and with all the saves that I have, the changes that I've made to the i9, we'll run a few laps on this thing. Stretch its legs a little bit, if you will. So let's minimize this. Minimize that. Actually, I think what I'm going to do is take a short little break. Give me about a minute. Nature calls, and I'll be right back, so don't go nowhere. Yeah, alright, we are back, folks. Apologize for that. So, yeah, just want to run a couple laps around this bad boy. So let's go in here and we'll actually run on a race on this thing. What do you think? So, yeah, we're going to be... I've been using the Winston Cup 98 mod by Splash and Go Studio Speed. It's a very cool mod for the simulation. So we're going to set this up to single race. And let's adjust some things here. So, we can boost this up here. Get a 43 card field to include ourselves. And we're going to keep, I'm going to turn the yellow flags off for this because I'm only going to do like a 20 lap race. So no yellows on. We'll do a full pace lap and all this stuff. You can be able to test all this stuff as far as like how the cars are actually lined up on the starting grid and all that, as far as how much adjustment needs to be made on that. So we'll go ahead and start this bad boy up. So let's give this a second to load. So we got here's all our entries. This is based on a Daytona 500 roster. So like, yeah, you got all these well-knowns, I guess, from back in 1998. Ernie Irvin, Sterling Marlin, Joe Nemechek. Pretty cool. So yeah, we can actually observe before we even do anything here. Yeah, so obviously a lot of the cameras still need to be adjusted. Let's set this on. There's some cars on pit road, so we can kind of go through these. See how they're looking here. Helicopter view. Let's try this view here. So yeah, you can see how they're all lined up in their pit stalls. These are all the stalls that we've adjusted here between the last couple of streams. You see how they're all nice and lined up in here. Some are already out on the track practicing. Yep. So he's leaving his stall there. Perfect. Yeah, you can see some of these lines here that need to be adjusted that I've notated in the track INI. So some further adjustments, as well as the color of the actual pit line here. So we got another one leaving this pit. Just test these things out here to see how it's all working so far. Got quite a few of them on the track already. See how they're merging out of the pits there. Nope, there's another one leaving the pits. Let's watch his. He's right on the curve there, so he got out of there. Nice, that's good. This, yeah, that one needs to be adjusted yet. Okay, right camera. So you can see him coming out of the pits. 45 mile an hour is pit road speed, so you can see how he merges onto the track. Clear pit road, so he's speeding up. Perfect. Merges into it, merges into traffic really nicely. See if there's anybody else. There's another one on pit road coming out. Jerry Nadeau. See how he merges out. Traffic very nicely as well. Cool. Let's see if there's anybody else left in the pit road. Just about everybody's on it. Oh, we got Bobby Labonte still in his stall. Let's see if Bobby comes out of his stall. Does he come out of his stall or not? So far, I'm really liking as far as how all these stalls are lining up very nicely. Liking it. All that work is paid off, I guess, as far as they have those nice and lined up in their stalls. Looks like he's coming back into his pits through the 33. He's getting some new tires. Alright, looks like Bobby's going to come out there. I'm not sure what's up with Bobby. So now let's focus on this car. Is he going to come back out? He's sitting there too. What's up with that? See, there might still need to be some adjustments to the I-9 yet, as far as this could be a pretty good demonstration of some of the I-9 adjustment need to be adjusted for the AI because of them reacting this way. Because the fact he's not coming back out, that could be a potential issue there. So that'll have to be resolved. See what else is going on around the track here. Race. A lot of good racing going on. Whoop, this guy was coming. What we got? Some cars coming out. Coming in for pit service. See if he comes out. Let's get 4 tires. Yep, see he's not coming back out. Looks like Bobby must have finally went out there. Missed him, so he did finally come out on the track. Yep, he's finally out back on the track. So is the 33 back out there? He is, so he did come out of his pit stall. Okay, so that may not necessarily be an issue. This is a practice session, so probably making some changes in the car. Taking advantage, I guess, of that practice time. There's 30, looks like he's coming back in. Oh, that's an issue too. We'll have to fix that. That's more or less that's an offset you can apply there. So the fact he slid in sideways like that, that's something that'll need to be fixed. That's something that will need to be fixed for sure. So he's kind of sitting in his stall too. They do eventually come out. They do sit in there quite a bit though, quite a while. Love some of these paint schemes on here. It's pretty cool to reminisce. Creator of this mod, you know, the whole team of that one, they did a really good job on depicting a lot of these paint schemes from that time. I mean, the detail I needed. Let me put this on 2, and let's go to. Oh crap! That's not what I wanted to do. I goofed. And let me see if I can put it back on here and put it to rear. And you can really see the detail in these paint schemes. Very well done. It's got a lot of grill tape on that bad boy. Got that little opening there. Uh-oh, it's gonna make pass of them on the outside. See if I can go right side. There he is, passing him on the right side. I mean, just look at the detail on the paint scheme. This is awesome. Very cool mod. It's very nice to kind of showcase this track in particular with the mod of this Yellow Bird. Alright, so what I'll do is set this camera back up here. Yeah, even the cockpits. Pretty cool. Alright, that one needs to be adjusted for sure. Pit lane 1's not too bad. Pit lane 2 needs to be adjusted for sure. That's going to be a part of the whole build process as far as this. Okay, here's Rusty coming in. Rusty coming into his pits. Well, there's a lot of nice views. I mean, not all the cameras are 100% done yet, but yeah. It's something else that will have to be adjusted with the track once we get to that point. Right now it's, yeah, see how they're sliding into the pit stall? Yeah, that'll have to be adjusted. That's an adjustment in the track guide as well, same as what I was dealing with the pit stalls locations. Let's see if he comes right back out right away. Oh, he's taking advantage of the practice time. They're making some other changes. Cool. That's kind of the nature of the practice session. Teams will take a little bit longer time, I guess, to adjust the cars to accommodate the track. I don't want to get some practice ourselves. Let's go out there and do some couple laps. We got some time left yet. Let's go do some. So now we're in our own first stall, as we should be.
Pit road speed 45.
Let's go on this view.
Eagle man member 5,000 second gear. One outside at your door. Clear. Outside. Clear high.
Get some laps in ourselves here. Get some practice in. Oh my goodness, that's a little loosey-goosey.
Inside.
My rear end just snapped on me. Saved it though a little bit.
Drop day June bus. Alright, I'm out of here. Drop day June bus. Alright, I'm out of here.
It's gonna look a whole lot better. Yeah, the session was over with. It's like, I was expecting that. So now we're in qualifying. So
Drivers,
I'll lay down a couple qualifying laps. I don't expect to do very well, but we'll see. But track's gonna look a lot better, I guess, once we get like the grandstands and stuff like that in it. There's not a whole heck of a lot to it. They just got the fencing and whatnot. So let's get a couple qual laps in here. See where we end up here. Oh man, that rear end likes this. It's loose.
Pretty good one. Pretty good one here.
Oh my goodness. I don't know if you can hear the squeal under the tires, but yeah, that rear end wants to whip around. It's a little loose.
Keep digging now. Go get him. 21.8.
37th so far. Oh my. Oh man, he keeps slapping the wall.
Checker flag. Checker flag right here.
Where do we end up? 39th. Wow. Got some really heavy hitters in here, so what do we got here? Let's go back to here. So we ended up 39th. Like I said, I didn't expect to do too well on this. Who got the pole anyway? Jeff Burton. Earnhardt on the outside pole. Nice. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and just go right to race. I'm not going to worry about, just get this thing going here.
Drivers!
So you can kind of get a sense of how the starting grids work. So far, I don't really think this is too bad. I could probably change the dlat. I don't have to have as much gap, I guess, in between them. For the most part, it's pretty decent. I mean, once they get going here, you can see how the spacing between them,
Right, man. I'll call the green there.
between each
Nice
row,
first hit,
tends
I'll
to tighten
walk in
up.
front
So
of you. Go get him. All right, man. Pace cars in. Get ready. Pit road speed 45. Eagle man number 5,000 second gear.
lined up here. There we go.
Grind again. Grind again.
Yeah, let's go. Oh my. Heavy traffic.
One inside. At your door. Outside. One inside. Clear. Outside.
Slow to the corner.
Still up there. Still up there.
Kind of the meat in the
wide,
sandwich right
middle
here.
three wide, 20.
Whoa.
3.1.
Him sideways.
4. 5. In the middle, 3 wide. In the middle, 3
Oh,
wide.
oh,
In the
oh,
middle,
oh,
3
oh.
wide. In the middle, 3
Like
wide.
I said, that was the meat in the sandwich right there. Sad, I don't have cautions on, so just pick it up, grab gear, and keep going.
One inside. Clear.
Some tight racing there, that's for sure. Yeah, didn't turn the cautions on, so
30.9. 3. 5.
this track is it's pretty fun to race on, actually. Got a nice rhythm to it. See if I can catch up to the tail of the field. They're already coming out of that turn. I got some clean air on me, so I should be able to do this. Let's see if I can catch up to him at least. Now the tires are all nice and warmed up.
4. 4. 6.
That rear end though, it wants to snap around though, it's crazy. Oh, keep pancaking that wall. Oh, hold on to it. Hold on to it. Crap. Crap. And then they're way too hard. Pushing way too hard in that corner.
23.605.
I might have wrecked the tires there a little bit. Still gonna try and see if I can catch these guys.
21.601.
Playing catch up right now. It's very easy to overdrive this thing. Get such a good run going, and it's just like you want to dive it right in there and just power it right through the corner. But you got to slow down quite a bit, actually. Look at the radius of it. I am overdriving the piss out of this thing right now.
21.354.
They're not really that far ahead of me. They're maybe 3 or 4 seconds. See him just going out of the turn right there. Ahead of me.
20.956.
My lap times are definitely faster. I'm gonna try my damnedest and see if I can catch him.
Next time, 10 to go.
10 laps, alright.
20.
10 laps to get him.
1.155.
I'm catching him. I'm gaining on him. As long as I don't slip. Closing in on the tail of the field right
20.887.
Oh, easy. Drove it. I got the car behind me, he's already a lap down, so he's closing in.
21.7.
Lost a little time there.
4.
I'm getting there.
21.04.
So easy though. I just want to carry all that speed in that corner, and you can't. You just can't. gotta kind of back the throttle. Try not to use the brake. Take all that momentum off though.
20.7, 8,
Yeah, quite up in the
9.
tail of the field at least anyway. Or am I tired? My bad. Sorry, folks.
Leaders coming up.
So sorry about that. I pushed the wrong
One
key.
inside.
There's the leaders right here.
3,
Jeff Burton, the leader.
0, 8.
Leaders caught up to me.
Stay high.
I changed my scene there. I didn't
Clear.
do that. Oh no.
Inside.
Trying to hold on to it.
Top 3 wide. Inside.
Oh my god, these are all the leaders.
Clear low. 21.6. 5. 5. 1 inside. Clear.
Man, those leaders are fast though. Holy crap.
Inside.
I probably held Burton up or whatever so I allowed Gordon to pass him. So now Gordon's
Clear
leading.
low. 2 to go. 21.
See if I can get back on the lead lap.
8.
I doubt I can catch Gordon though. He's good.
White flag. 1 to go at the line. 21.2.
One to go.
4.
Yeah, I'm not gonna catch Gordon. Get back on the lead lap.
Inside. Clear. 1 inside. Clear low.
I'm gonna try though.
Yeah, we gotta get a little bit better.
Oh, that was it.
Tempo, man.
That was it.
We'll figure it out.
So we end up to lap
Appreciate everybody
down.
working hard. Keep working.
That's a
Get
bugger.
to do a little bit better next
The
time.
track is really fun to
We need
race.
to be a better race
I
team
will admit
overall. You know what I mean? Appreciate everybody's hard work, man. That's a good effort on the
Come back
pit
around and get
crew
to the pits.
on the car you brought.
Everybody's coming into the pits. There we go. Everybody coming into the pits now.
Pit
The race is over.
45. There you go, man. That
It's nice
5,000
20 lap,
gear.
little 20 lap run there. Yeah, see how they're all sliding into their pits like that? They can, oh shoot, I just passed my stall. I'll go back around. Nah, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I forgot I was 39th. Cool. So, that's a race around North Wilkesboro. That was kind of fun. Cool. So we can kind of catch the highlights, I guess, of the race here. Kind of go back here a little bit. Let's roll this back just a tad. Let's go back a couple laps. Let's actually do it this way. This is where I got a lap down. There's the leader right there. All the leaders right behind me there. Oh, kind of gave Burton there a little nudge. I think the spectator cam is still, yeah, it's still pretty good. And that was the end of the race right there. Now Burton was second place, that's right. Gordon was leading at that point, yeah, that's right. Pretty cool though. Pretty cool. That was fun. Alright, so we'll get out of this. So I finished a lap down. Yep. Just barely. 42nd. Started 39th, ended up 42nd a lap down. So there you go. That's how that works. So anyway, that's a race at the North Wilkesboro Speedway that's still in development. I guess for a lot more to come to this one. Next week, not sure what we'll get into now that the pit stalls are done. Probably just some fine, some tweaking on some of the track I&I, and hopefully possibly have some more objects to apply to it. We'll have to see how that goes. But as far as the pit stalls go, If anything, yeah, I do need to make some adjustments to need to make some adjustments to some of the pit stall lines to include the color of it as far as the match. I guess or else because our pit stall lines, as far as outline, our pit stalls are an object as opposed to geometry. So yeah, there's a lot of adjustments in that fashion too that still need to be adjusted. So let's hide these options. But to be honest, it's been a little bit over 4 hours, and I had a little bit of fun today. Lots of progress made, and still more progress to be made on the track build. That's about all I have for everybody right now. For now, I appreciate everybody that did stop back in there. I know I Rescue Men Pins has been a while. I should be streaming at least every Saturday from this point forward, unless further notified. Speaking of being further notified, if you care to want to keep tabs on what's going on with the channel when it goes live, what happened, feel free, I guess, to check out the socials, be it on Twitter, the SDS Spline Design Studios Facebook group page, and the Discord. And feel free to join in on that. Got a lot of things that are going on project-wise besides just what I'm working on here. So if you want to be keep informed of what is going on, I guess that way, feel free to check out those socials. And again, I appreciate everybody lurking in the channel, and all of the OG people, I guess, coming back after me being in a hiatus for quite a bit of time. And I hope to see you again real soon. Have a great evening, and feel free to stick around, I guess, for the host by the end of the stream if you so wish to indulge. And I hope to see you again soon. Goodbye for now.